Hey dreamers, thank you for choosing this therapeutic, human-made bedtime story to fall asleep to. As we begin, the screen will fade to black and I'll start with a short relaxation process to help calm your mind and body. But if you're ready to jump straight into the story, feel free to use the chapters to skip the relaxation. And if you'd like to support what I do here, please consider letting others know about this channel and perhaps sharing a few thoughts in the comments. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, you can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing gently down through you as I count down from 10 to 1. And with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax, and you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully, relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead. And with each out-breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing that jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax, with that relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles around the side of the neck, the front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, the shoulder blades, relaxing those muscles like a deep massage passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms, and I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm, but you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, triceps, down into the forearms. 7. Moving all the way down to the wrists, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips, and perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms, with each out-breath, the arms begin to feel heavier, or lighter, or some other sensation as relaxation sets in. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax, and while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream. Initially to brief reveries, before settling on the first dream of the night. 6. And that healing light can spread down from the shoulders, down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles gently, calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. 5. The healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles as it goes, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body, releasing any tension, perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to get more comfortable. 4. With that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. 3. Passing that relaxation down towards the lower parts of your legs. Perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier, maybe as the body becomes deeply relaxed and your focus drifts inside more on what's going on for you in your mind. You lose awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2. The relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing, all the way down to the tips of your toes. And 1, as a final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And you find yourself walking along the edge of a cliff, looking over the most beautiful ocean as the sun carefully creeps down over the horizon, its golden light tickling the tops of the waves, sparkling and dancing below you. The breeze brushing at your cheeks, the occasional sound of a distant seagull, and the soft roaring of the waves below as they growl their way up onto the shore and pull stones back out to sea. And the sun continues to lower gently over the horizon. And you can taste the slight salty taste to the air and see a distant lighthouse way off along the cliffs, its light sweeping melodically across the ocean. You can notice the sky darkening, the first signs of stars appearing in the night sky. The inky blanket of the night sky gradually wrapping around overhead, encroaching on that setting sun. And even after the sun has passed beyond the horizon, you can still notice along the horizon, in the direction of the sun, that gentle band of glow as the sun's rays still reverberate through the atmosphere, and a stillness setting into the air. And you walk further along the cliff to a bench. You sit down on that bench. You wrap yourself up warm and comfortably within a coat and enjoy the calmness of the evening, the gentle rumbling of the ocean below, the stillness of the night, freshness of the air, the twinkling of the lights overhead, the air cooling as night continues to progress, feeling the sensation of breathing in that cool air as the cool air passes through your nostrils and down into your body, feeling deeply relaxed, gazing up towards the stars, watching the occasional shooting star fizz across the sky. Watching as the moon carefully and slowly rises above the horizon. Its light creating a million dancing silver diamonds across the surface of the ocean. The silhouette of clouds occasionally crossing the moon's face, and as some of the finer clouds that are high up in the atmosphere pass across the moon's face, you notice what looks almost like an inverted rainbow encircling the glowing moon. And after a while, you head back from the cliff edge a little way to a tree line. You set up a tent by those trees, with the entrance to the tent facing towards the water. You roll out a sleeping bag in the tent. You take out a small camp stove, light that stove. Wrapped up warm, sitting in the entrance to your tent, with just the stove for light. You boil yourself some water, making yourself a cup of tea. You cook yourself some food. You then turn off the stove. And just enjoy the stillness of the night, the gentle rustling of the leaves as the wind blows a breeze through the trees. Eating that food and drinking the warm drink. And after a while, you turn on a light. You grab yourself a book to read. You put off turning on this light for as long as possible, wanting to be able to enjoy the nature around you. Because once the light is on, your eyes begin to adapt to the light. And so the stars fade a little in the background, and everything outside of your immediate zone within that light appears much darker than it did before, which while reading helps to give a really cozy and intimate feel to this space, even though you're sat on top of a cliff, landscape stretched around you, trees behind you. You can't see far beyond the reach of the light, and so it feels almost like you're sitting in a room containing the freshest of air and that slight, pleasant breeze that you notice moves in and out of your body with each breath that you take. Then you sit comfortably on your sleeping bag in the entrance to the tent. The book open on your lap, hands holding that book in place, fingers preventing the pages from closing back again. And it takes you a couple of pages of reading before you really absorb yourself in the story unfolding before you. The first page or two almost is like a connecting to the previous time you were reading. Where your brain works out what you were reading previously here in this book, based on where the story is going now. But once you're a couple of pages in, you're familiar with where the story was at and where it's now going. You settle into what you're reading and find yourself absorbed deeper and deeper into this book. And it's a fantasy story about a strange land and a woman on a quest. And this woman has a pet ferret, which she carries around, and a satchel she has hanging over one shoulder and resting by her thigh. And the ferret rests in that satchel with its little head poking out from that satchel, occasionally looking up at her as if to try to communicate, but mainly watching the way ahead as they walk. And she walks with an unnoticed skip in her step. No one would notice or say she has a skip in her step. But internally, in how it feels to her, there's a slight hint of excitement and joy with just being out, walking through nature. And so internally she feels a slight skip in her step, even if externally others probably would never notice. And as she walks through this landscape, she admires the islands floating in the sky. Patches of magnetic rock, jostled and altered by a giant earthquake, that have then faced the opposite way, being repelled and almost ripped up out of the ground, reaching an equilibrium of hovering overhead. Leaving a massive rip through the landscape, a giant indentation. And the rainfall that hits those floating bits of land cascades from certain points around the edges, like waterfalls, falling into the air, and some of the smaller waterfalls disperse in the breeze before ever reaching the ground. Other waterfalls fall heavier and reach all the way down to the land below. And the dispersing water fills the air, leading to more clouds, which hover beneath those islands. And the cracks in the ground left by the islands are filled with water in some cases, like giant lakes, in other cases like rivers running through the crack, with trees and plants filling this new exposed land. Animals making these spaces their home. And the animals that have made it their home up on top of these floating islands, becoming isolated and developing in their own way, And the woman and the ferret continue on through this landscape. And as night time sets in, so the glowing flowers spring into action to attract nighttime animals. And some of the flowers seem to almost twinkle and sparkle with the movement of the breeze. Others can be heard almost ringing. Some seem to pulse. Some of the trees are wrapped in vines, where light within the vines pulses from the ground up towards the canopy of the tree, almost like the canopy itself is drinking water through a straw, and with every gulp another burst of water is rising up through that straw. And this landscape seems more alive at night with all the light than during daytime, where it appears so still and quiet. She sees glowing deer-like creatures with fluorescent green antlers, feeding on fluorescent green grass. Dots of light like fireflies flying among the trees. And as she walks through this landscape, so the patches of grass that she steps on darken as if she squeezed out delight. And once her foot lifts off the patch of grass, over a second or so, the light comes back, and she walks through this landscape, hearing a hum off in the distance, heading towards that hum. She sees an electric blue glowing portal hovering just on the edge of the trees. She reaches down and with a thumb gently pets the ferret. As they arrive at the portal, and she instinctively seems to hold her breath while stepping through, almost like there's a slight uncertainty about what to expect next. And closes her eyes just for a moment, just slightly longer than the moment of a blink. Then hears a hum as she passes through, like a wave passing from in front of her to behind her. And then stillness. She opens her eyes and sees a landscape before her that looks nothing like she's seen before, with enormous, jagged, emerald-looking crystals intertwined and stretched through the landscape. Every blade of grass static like a delicate crystal on the ground, her feet crunching and shattering every single blade of grass she steps on, like the most delicate breakable glass. And she tries to minimally damage anything, feeling bad about every crystal bit of grass she's breaking. And she's heading towards a village she sees in the distance. She can see in that village a tall tower spiraling up into the sky. Crooked buildings filling that village. As she walks towards that village, and as she gets nearer and nearer, eventually she's no longer walking through this glass grass. She finally reaches a path, and as she walks on this path, which feels lightly spongy and glows ever so slightly under each step, she follows this down towards that village, walks into the village, noticing how the village is illuminated by flame torches positioned at regular intervals, and the tower seems to be illuminated by flame torches positioned in front of concave mirrors. And she walks through this village, finding her way to a raggedy-looking inn. She goes to that inn, and there's a deep smell of stew cooking within the inn, the most pleasant food smell. The mumble of people sat around chatting, which all stops as she enters and then continues moments later. She heads to the bar. She hands over a letter and says she was told to bring this here. And the bar person takes that letter, thanks them, and stows it under the counter, and offers her a drink and some food, and gestures for her to take a seat, and so she sits down by the fire, enjoying the sound of the crackling fireplace. The ferret climbing out of the bag, stretching its legs before climbing up onto her lap, having a drink and some food of its own. And they eat their food and drink their drinks and listen to the crackling fire and notice the dancing light of that fire. And she rests there for a while. And then the bar person comes over and says that she needs to head to the tower when she's done, and thanks her for delivering that letter. And after eating that food and drinking the drinks, the ferret squirms back into the bag, turns around, pops its head out of the bag. The woman picks the bag up and sets off towards that tower. and the tower has a vast wooden door. And she knocks on the giant knocker on the door, sound echoing through the tower. After a few moments, the door is opened. She's invited in. They instantly know who she is. And they show her through to the leader of the village, who thanks her for her help delivering that letter from that distant land. She's curious what the letter was about, but her job is just to go from A to B, delivering what she's asked to deliver. She's told that a room will be ready for her to sleep in soon. And after a while, someone comes in and lets the leader know her room is now ready. And she sets off up a spiral flight of stairs, ascending the tower to a room right at the top of the tower. Opens the latch, pushes the creaky wooden door open, closes that behind her, locks the catch on the door. Sits on the edge of the bed, feeling how soft that bed is. Makes herself feel at home in this room. There's a silence to the room, stillness to the air here. She goes over to the window and looks out across the land. Heads back to the bed. Settles down in the bed and drifts peacefully asleep. And feeling tired, you stop reading that book at this point, feeling this is a good place to stop. It's the end of a chapter. You place a bookmark into the book and fold the book over. Place that book into your bag. Tuck yourself back into your tent. Seal up the tent. Rest down in your sleeping bag. And drift peacefully and comfortably asleep to the slight movement of the sides of the tent moving in that breeze. The freshness of the air within the tent. Drifting deeper and deeper asleep. And the next morning, awakening to the glowing light around the sides of the tent, feeling so deeply refreshed and revitalized from your night's sleep, heading out of the tent, noticing the moisture on the outside of the tent as the sun is gradually beginning to rise and the light is increasing in intensity. And the moisture across the landscape and on the tent begins to gently evaporate off, creating the most beautiful mist through the woodland behind the tent and across the top of this cliff, noticing that at the cliff's edge it almost seems like that mist is falling over the edge of the cliff like a waterfall, in slow motion, just gently tumbling down towards the ocean. You pack away the tent, and you continue on across the top of this cliff. You follow the cliff around and down, following a path. That takes you down gradually towards the seashore. Once down on the seashore, you walk along the stones. The waves crashing up onto those stones, pulling those stones back out to sea. And you keep a good bit of distance between you on the stones and the sea shore. And you walk along the beach, and gradually as you move further from the cliffs, so the beach becomes sandier and sandier, and there's coarse grasses rising from the beach in tufts, and other plants and wildflowers. You find your way around, heading towards a nearby town. And by lunchtime you arrive at that town. You find your way to the hotel that you're staying in at this town. You're a little bit early, so you visit a cafe over the road from the hotel. You sit in the cafe for a while, having a drink and some food, watching the world go by. And by mid-afternoon you head to the hotel. You check into the hotel, and you're here for an event that's taking place in the morning and will be taking place for a couple of days. And it's a writing retreat where they're going to teach you about writing, and they're going to use the landscape as part of the inspiration, which is why this event is held in this remote location. And that night, all enthused about how the next few days will go, and looking forward to reading some more of your book, and how reading that fiction can help you to learn and develop your own writing skills. You head to bed. You continue reading about that woman and her ferret, seeing where her journey goes next. Before feeling so tired, you close the book at the end of a chapter, place the book on the bedside table, feeling so comfortably relaxed in this bed, aware of the difference between falling asleep in this bed compared to the bed you slept in the night before, that sleeping bag in a tent, and you easily and effortlessly drift and float peacefully asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, you can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing gently down through you as I count down from 10 to 1. And with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax, and you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead. And with each out-breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing that jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax, with that relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles around the sides of the neck, the front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, the shoulder blades, relaxing those muscles like a deep massage, passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms, and I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm, but you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, the triceps, down into the forearms. 7. Moving all the way down to the wrists, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips, and perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms, with each out-breath, the arms begin to feel heavier or lighter, or some other sensation as relaxation sets in. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax, and while the body becomes physically relaxed, So the mind begins to drift and dream, initially to brief reveries, before settling on the first dream of the night. 6. And that healing light can spread down from the shoulders and down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles, gently calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. 5. The healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body, releasing any tension, perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to get more comfortable. 4. With that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. 3. Passing that relaxation down towards the lower part of your legs, perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier, maybe as the body becomes deeply relaxed and your focus drifts inside more onto what's going on for you in your mind. You lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2. The relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing all the way down to the tips of your toes. And 1. As a final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes, as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And as you relax into this story, there's a gnome who's wandering through their garden. And as they wander through their garden, listening to the distant sound of flowing water in the pond, the sounds of birds around them, feeling the sensation of the breeze on their cheeks. They smell an unusual scent. It doesn't smell like the scent of a flower they're familiar with. And they close their eyes and take some deep breaths in through their nose. They move their head around as they smell, to try and pinpoint where the smell is coming from. They follow their nose around the garden. They walk past the roses, the scent of the roses dominating in this area of the garden. They walk nearer to the pond. Water giving the air a slight fresh scent. They walk past other shrubs, picking up on the different scents, none of which are that strange scent that they can smell. They find their way through their garden to the gate at the end of their garden. They pass through that gate, still following their nose. They walk along the side of their garden. The scent getting stronger and stronger, and this strange scent isn't an unpleasant one. In fact, it's a very pleasant fragrance. It's just unfamiliar. And as they wander round the outside of their garden, following their nose in search of that scent, I think they spot what it is they're seeking. There appears to be some unusual flowers growing beneath a tree. And they walk over towards that tree, a grand tree, a sturdy trunk, bushy leaves overhead, rustling in that gentle breeze. And the plants under the tree, hidden just into the shade, seem to almost be glowing ever so slightly. And as the gnome gets closer and closer, they notice that those plants have thick stems, and within their stems are glowing globules of light rising up through the stems and then falling back down again, as if each stem was a narrow lava lamp, and each time one of the globules of light reaches the tip of the stem, a slight puff of mist sparkles from the top of the flower, and that seems to carry with it that pleasant, strange scent. And the gnome gets closer and closer to take a look. And as they get very close and wiggle their nose above the plants and waft gently with a hand, it's as if that scent tickles their senses, tingling within their nose. It begins to shift their consciousness, like a Trojan horse sneaking in to their mind, lured in by the pleasantness of that scent. They sit down on the grass, a short distance from that tree. They close their eyes. They allow themselves to be drawn into that shift in consciousness. They imagine in their mind's eye those globules of light rising up the inside of the stems before falling back down again, as if bringing well-being, peace and harmony to the flower at the top, while taking away any stress and carrying that down to the roots, passing that down into the ground, making the plant at the top so pure and fresh, so pleasant. And in their mind, as their consciousness shifts, they see a second plant in their mind's eye, then a third, then a fourth, each one following the same process. With the gnome almost feeling like they're surrounded by these lava tubes. And they notice in their mind's eye that the petals of the plants begin to hum and whistle the most pleasant and delicate tune. As the tops of the plants sparkle and shimmer, and they feel themselves drawn deeper and deeper into the experience. They notice themselves drifting away from an awareness of their surroundings into the inner experience. And as they drift deeper into the experience, so the plants part and move aside. They see a landscape stretched out before them. They stand up. They begin to walk across this landscape, a little way through the meadow. It's a grey, ragged rock, and sitting on that rock is what looks like a handmade envelope. They walk over towards that rock. They reach down. They carefully pick up that envelope, feeling the weight of the letter, the movement of the envelope, the way the air catches it as they turn it in their fingers. They move that envelope carefully in front of their nose. They smell that this envelope is delicately perfumed. The back of the envelope, they can see, has been so carefully sealed. The writing on the front is the most beautiful handwritten script. They run their fingertips gently across the envelope, feeling the texture of the paper. Run their fingers across the edges of this envelope, feeling the smoothness of those edges. They hold the envelope up to the light and can see the shadow of the letter inside. They go to put the envelope back down on the stone, curious whether they should just leave it there or what they should do with it. But as they go to lower that envelope, they hear a soft whistle that draws their attention. Before noticing, the whistle fades into the sound of a million twinkling, sparkling lights rising from that stone. Almost like the most delicate firework spraying light up into the air. The slightest hiss. Looking down at that stone as the sparkling light recedes. They see written in chalk on the stone, "Take this letter in the direction of delight." And you'll know where to go. And deliver this letter to the one who should read it. And the gnome carefully places the letter into a bag. They set off in the direction of the sun, walking through the landscape. They follow that sun as it passes across the sky. They watch as it begins to slide itself delicately down behind the horizon, tucking itself away for the night. And as it does, they take this moment to stop and rest, and they wonder if they're following delight. How does that work? Because if they follow it from first thing in the morning, they'll be walking one direction. If they follow it last thing at night, they will have walked in another direction. If they follow it all day, they'll be walking in a strange route where they're permanently changing direction as they go. And at this time of year, the sun passes largely overhead. So once midday has passed, it seems to almost pass in a straight line. They wonder who this letter is for, how far they'll have to walk. They rest their head back on their bag, gazing up at the stars overhead. Relaxing on that grass, feeling the cool breeze as evening turns to night. As they drift peacefully asleep, And while they sleep, they dream. And as they dream about exploring a bakery. And they're looking at the products on sale in this bakery. And they find what looks like a jar of jam. Only when they open the jar, it's filled with starlight. They dream of spreading that starlight onto a scone, applying the cream, eating that scone and starlight. And then noticing that starlight passing through their body, tingling its way out to the tips of their fingers and toes, buzzing its way through to each and every hair follicle, almost making the hair seem static. And then gradually the light dissipates within them, almost as if infused within them. They leave that bakery, and they notice as they walk that they give off a slight glow, almost directed by their own light. And they notice that light seems to be focused on their heart, emanating so gently from their heart. And they gradually drift and float deeper and deeper asleep. And on awakening from the most healing, recuperative sleep, they feel a warmth in their heart. They take the envelope. They hold it up near their chest. They have this sense they're supposed to follow their heart. It almost creates a connection between their heart and that letter. And they feel delight pulsing gently from their heart as they walk, setting off again through the meadow. The heart seeming to almost sing and pulse and hum with a deep and comfortable energy. They walk through the landscape, admiring the birds they see. Rabbits gnawing on grass. Deer chewing away on that grass. Following the sensations and the light of their heart. Eventually finding their way down to a river, walking along the edge of the riverbank. The water lapping gently on the shore, following a footpath that veers from the edge of the river into some woodland. The glow of their heart even more noticeable in the dim surrounding of the trees. the sounds softly rustling and muted, the breeze calming here in the trees. Aware that it's starting to get darker and darker again on another day. But the darker it gets, the brighter the light from their heart shines, illuminating the way ahead. And so they continue to walk. And as they walk, they spot the most beautiful wildflowers. They pick a bunch of those wildflowers, continuing to walk through this woodland. Until eventually they see some lights in the distance. Continuing on through the woodland towards those lights. The lights of a cabin becoming clearer and clearer. They arrive at that cabin, knock softly on the door. The light from their chest guiding them to this point. They wait for a moment. Before a fairy answers the door. The gnome takes that letter from their bag and says that I think this is for you, and the gnome explains the story, explains about seeing that letter on a rock and then seeing the writing on the rock and then following the light of their heart all the way here. The fairy thanks the gnome, takes the letter and invites the gnome in. Gestures for the gnome to sit on the most comfortable chair near a fireplace. She makes the gnome a drink, says you must be thirsty from your journey. The gnome accepts the drink, and then the fairy sits in the chair opposite, carefully opens the letter, the gentle ripping sound of the paper as the envelope is opened. She unfolds the letter inside and silently begins to read that letter. And the gnome watches as she smiles and holds the letter close to her. A slight sparkling like diamonds form around her eyes. Folding the letter and placing it back in the envelope. Placing that down on the table beside her seat. Saying that the letter brings good news, but not really elaborating. And the gnome and the fairy chat for a little while as the gnome drinks his drink. and it's now quite late. So the fairy asks if the gnome would like a room made up for them to spend the night. They spend the night settling down in that room, drifting so peacefully, so comfortably asleep, feeling the sparkling of the light from their chest dissipating and fading. Now their task is done. And the next morning, having slept so peacefully and soundly through the night, the gnome awakens. They smell a breakfast being prepared. The fairy greets them at the kitchen, offers them some breakfast and a drink. And the gnome packs a bottle of water for their journey, eats that breakfast, and says they'll set off back the way they came. They don't fully know where they're going. And the fairy has so much to look forward to. They say that they're excited and they've got preparations to make. And the gnome says goodbye. Sets off back the way they came, walking through that woodland, fortunately in daytime for the return journey. Now they no longer have the light of their heart guiding them. As the day gets later and later, so they stop, relax, drift and float peacefully asleep before continuing their journey the next day, finding their way back to the meadow they started in. Seeing those flowers there, walking back through the flowers and sitting down, and then feeling an overwhelming urge to lie down and drift asleep. Before awakening near that tree, curious about the experience that unfolded for them. Noticing those flowers have now started to wither, as if they've now done their job, and the day seems so peaceful and calm, like very little time has passed. And the gnome is curious about those flowers and decides they'll try to find more information about them, try and learn what they were, before heading back into their garden. They sit down in their garden for a while, reading a book, enjoying the evening sun. And as it gets later and later and the air begins to get a little chilly, they head into their home. They make themselves some food and drink. Sit and enjoy that food and drink. Before going and looking in their library, finding a book of old plants and searching for that plant that they saw. They can't find the plant in the book. They try to think of other books to search. Eventually they see the plant in a book of myths and legends. They see that the plant is the call of the fairies. When fairies require additional assistance to do tasks, like carrying messages they can't carry for themselves because they're not present, they can lure other beings, and a curious being will carry out their task. And with that, the gnome smiles and closes the book. They wonder who the sender of the letter was and whether the excitement on the fairy was that that sender was due to visit. And the gnome heads to bed. And they relax down in bed, feeling so deeply comfortable, and so easily and so effortlessly they drift and float asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, you can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing gently down through you as I count down from 10 to 1. And with each count your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax, and you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully, relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead, and with each out-breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing that jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax, With that relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles around the side of the neck, front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, shoulder blades, relaxing those muscles like a deep and comfortable massage passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms, and I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm. But you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, triceps, down into the forearms. 7. Moving all the way down to the wrists, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips. And perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms with each out-breath, the arms begin to feel heavier or lighter, or some other sensation as relaxation sets in. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax, and while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream, initially to brief reveries before settling on the first dream of the night. And that healing light can spread down from the shoulders, 6, and down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles gently, calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. 5. The healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles as it goes, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body, releasing any tension. Perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to get a little more comfortable. 4. With that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. 3. Passing that relaxation down towards the lower part of your legs, perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier, maybe as the body becomes deeply relaxed and you focus and allow your mind to drift inside onto what's going on in your mind. Perhaps you lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2. The relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing all the way down to the tips of your toes. 1. As a final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And as you sleep, so the fairy is in their home, and they're cooking a meal. You can notice the food hissing and popping and bubbling away as they cook. The fragrances of the herbs used, the other ingredients, the scent of the cooking wafting through their home. And that scent is wafting through the home and then infusing itself within the walls of the mushroom in which they live. And once they've cooked their food, they plate that food up. They take the plate of food to the most comfortable chair, sitting down in that chair with what resembles a fireplace beside them, only instead of fire, this sparkling, twinkling light, pulsing, undulating, giving off a gentle warmth that permeates through the living space. And they really take time to savour that meal, enjoying the meal. And after finishing their meal, they head through their home into their library. And the library is down a spiral staircase to a basement level of their home, and the curved walls of this space, floor to ceiling with books. And attached to the shelves of books is a ladder on wheels. And so the fairy moves that ladder 3/4 of the way round the room, sound of the ladder rolling along the runners, the wheels rolling along the floor, with a gentle squeak with each revolution. Getting the ladder to where they need it, before ascending that ladder and taking a large book from one of the shelves. And it's a bit of a struggle, the weight of the book, but they carry that book down the ladder. And within this library space is the most comfortable sofa, and they lounge back on that sofa, open the book on their lap and begin to read. And each page that they turn gently glistens and sparkles, as if this book is infused with magic. And while reading this book, they're reading about an old legend. A legend set on a distant planet. A planet which can only be accessed by magic. And on this planet was a young rabbit. And the rabbit was out in the fields on the planet, collecting strawberries. Occasionally they'd eat one of those strawberries, mouth watering. The sweet taste gently infusing with their taste buds and tingling through them to the tips of their fingers and the end of their nose. And they collected an entire basket full of strawberries. They headed back into their burrow, placed the strawberries to one side, sat down comfortably in their burrow. The space here so cozy, just a gentle, soft, flickering light, tones of browns, the air very still, just the right temperature for a deep sense of comfort. And the rabbit sat there carving a small palm-sized sculpture out of wood, carefully slicing off layers of wood, gradually shaping that wood, sometimes getting some sandpaper and smoothing bits out, having an idea in their mind of what this little sculpture should look like, and removing what isn't necessary. And once they carved that wooden sculpture, they blew the excess dust off of the sculpture, gave it one last sanding down to make sure it was smooth, and it looked like a small person. They cut some material up to make a small cloak, a flowing purple cloak. They pasted that cloak around the neck of that small carved person. They then poured a small amount of oil onto that carving, and it carefully infused with the sculpture, darkening the wood. They then placed that in a corner and settled down and fell asleep. And the next morning, they woke up, they ate a few strawberries, and they saw that the small sculpture had come alive. And with this small sculpture, they set off out of the burrow. They walked through a meadow and into ancient woodland that was filled with gnarled trees, with lichen, mosses, and ivy hanging off of branches, mushrooms growing out of fallen down trunks of trees, birds singing and echoing through the woodland, squirrels darting around the trees. and the small man followed the rabbit. As the rabbit guided them deeper and deeper into the woodland, and the rabbit explained that they're needed for a mission. And took them through this woodland until eventually they arrived at a cabin. And the rabbit could see that in the cabin was a wizard, and the rabbit was very quiet and told the small man to be very quiet too. They watched, seeing the wizard through the window pottering around inside their cabin. And the rabbit said, "We'll stay here until he leaves." And after quite some time, the wizard eventually opened the door to the cabin, throwing over a cape around their neck, pulling that around them for warmth, closing the door behind them as they set off away from the cabin. And the rabbit said, "Now's our time." And together they headed to that cabin. And in the door of the cabin was a small cat flap. And they carefully snuck through the cat flap, walked across the wooden floor, trying to avoid the loose floorboards, seeing that cat sleeping on a thick rug in front of the fireplace. They crept across the floor, all the way to the back of the cabin, found their way into a room at the back of the cabin, shimmied up the side of a table, and on the table was an ornate music box. And the rabbit carefully opened the music box. And then turned the handle on the side of the music box. And as that wound up, so the rabbit could feel the tension building in the handle, they then took a pebble from a bag. They handed it to the small person. They said, "Place this pebble on that lever over there," gesturing to a lever at the back of the music box. And as the pebble was placed on the lever pushed down. And a woman in the music box began to dance. And the rabbit said, "You need to dance with the woman." And so the little man went over to the dancing woman, watched for just a moment, for the right moment to join in the dance, then took hold of the hand gently, propping it in his hand, put his other hand behind her waist, moving in at the rate and speed as she was moving, straightened his back, pulled their waists together, watched her feet, and in time with the music, danced with the woman, losing himself in the moment, absorbed in that dancing, absorbed in the music. And the man danced with the woman all the way through to the end of the dance, which ended with the two of them on a certain point within the music box. And something about their combined weight, the fact that they had both done this dance together, made the music box sound like a lock just unlocked. Some mechanism shifted, and a drawer on the front of the music box opened up. And the rabbit took a small scroll of paper from that music box, read that scroll of paper before rolling it back up again, putting it back in the drawer, closing the drawer, asking the small man to come with them to climb off the music box, closing the music box and removing the pebble, and together sneaking back out of this cabin. And once back outside the cabin, the rabbit explains that contained, locked inside the music box, was a secret message about how to find a deep sense of connection with others. And they've been looking for love, and they hoped that that connection spell, that scroll teaching about connection, might help them to be able to find someone to share their life with. But to access the scroll, they needed to access the music box. And that could only be done if the lady in the box experienced connection. And so, when she experienced that connection and completed the dancing, the drawer slid open. And the rabbit had memorized what was on the scroll and said they have to get some specific ingredients. And so they head away from that cabin, going deeper and deeper into the woods. And deep in the woods, the rabbit starts picking certain ingredients, different herbs, different plants, taking some gratings of the bark of certain trees, before heading off back to their home, back into their burrow. Cooking up that potion, drinking the potion, and then falling asleep. And when they awaken the next day, so the oil infused in the wooden man has dried out, and the consciousness has drifted from that wooden man, and they're back to just being an inanimate carving. And the rabbit doesn't know if they feel any different. They head out of their burrow. They head off into the fields to see the other rabbits. They decide to test to see if the potion has worked. They hop over near some other rabbits. They say hello to those rabbits. The rabbits engage back, and they engage in conversation. And they talk with each other for some time. And after talking with each other, and the sun beginning to set, one of the rabbits says they're interested in continuing those conversations, and they hop along by the lake. They can hear the sounds of crickets, gentle lapping of the water on the shore, feeling the cool air through their fur, just chatting with each other, with time almost standing still between them, until eventually they're both so tired they head back to their homes, but agree to meet the next day. And the next day they head out, they see each other, they chat with each other some more. And day after day they talk with each other more and more and more. Until eventually they're chatting so much they don't leave each other's side. They realise they want to just spend more time with each other. Until they end up living together. And the fairy reads all the way through to the happy ending. And she understands the deeper meaning. She understands what really happened with that spell and the resulting potion. And she understands how that applies to a situation in her life that's led her to getting that book and reading that book. She places the book down next to the sofa, heads back upstairs, leaves her home and heads down into the fairy village. And down in the fairy village, she goes to the bar. She talks to others in the bar and finds that with one fairy They strike up the kind of conversation where you're so engrossed in each other's company that you lose awareness of everything else going on around you. You lose awareness of time that's passing. You find yourselves locked almost in a mutual world, as if you're both one. And a bit like in the book, every day for the next few weeks, the fairy agrees to meet up with the other fairy. And they meet up and they talk. They go to pleasant locations and just sit and chat. Sometimes just sitting and being silent, enjoying nature. Each time feeling a deeper sense of not wanting to separate from each other, of wanting to spend more time together. Until eventually the fairy invites the other fairy back to theirs and cooks them a meal. And a few days later, the other fairy reciprocates. Another time, the two of them head off and have a meal out together. And then a time happens where the other fairy stays overnight, where they just talk all night long without realizing where time has gone. And over the course of a few months, the fairies just find they spend more time with each other than without. And the fairy deeply understands what was taught within that book, how that was applied, what it all really means, and how that's played out just the same within their life, and is truly grateful for what they've gained. And as time goes on, they become so comfortable with each other that every touch of each other triggers a deep sense of relaxation and inner well-being, a deep sense of safety and security, a deep sense of comfort and peace. And they find lying down together, wrapped in each other's arms, that the act of being so close and calm, feeling so safe together, helps them fall asleep so quickly, so deeply, peacefully and comfortably, relaxed asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, you can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and imagine a healing light softly slowly and gently, passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing gently down through you as I count down from 10 to 1. And with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax. And you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully, relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead. And with each out breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing the jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax, with that relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles around the sides of the neck, the front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, the shoulder blades relaxing those muscles, like a deep massage passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms, and I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, or whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm. But you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, triceps, down into the forearms. 7. Moving all the way down to the wrists, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips, and perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms, with each out breath, the arms begin to feel heavier, or lighter, or some other sensation as relaxation sets in. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax. And while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream. Initially to brief reveries, before settling on the first dream of the night. 6. And that healing light can spread down from the shoulders and down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles so gently, calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. 5. The healing light, moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles as it goes, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body, releasing any tension. Perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to get more comfortable. 4. With that relaxation, spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. 3. Passing that relaxation down towards the lower parts of your legs. Perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier, maybe as the body becomes deeply relaxed and your focus drifts inside more on what's going on for you in your mind. You lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2. The relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing, all the way down to the tips of your toes. And 1. As a final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you, from the top of your head down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes, as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And you find yourself out in your garden, tending to the plants, clearing away any old plants, trimming things that need trimming. In some parts of your garden, you churn up the soil, you plant new plants. You then go around areas of your garden, placing new grass seed, where the grass has begun to go bare. At areas where you walk a lot across those bits of the garden, and then you go around with a watering can, watering what you need to, before heading to a deck chair here in the garden and relaxing into the deck chair, proud of all the work you've been doing, feeling that you've earned this moment of rest. And you rest back in the deck chair, feeling the warmth of the sun on your face, feeling the occasional coolness of the breeze, smelling the scent of the flowers, hearing birds singing within the hedgerows and in the trees, and the rustling of the leaves. Almost feeling a part of the nature around you. And as you rest and deeply relax, you get this sense like you hear a soft, distant voice. And at first you think it's just in your mind, perhaps like a dream gently tapping on consciousness. But then, as you move your head very slightly, you realize that gentle voice is coming from outside of your mind. And so you open your eyes and look around your garden. You can hear that voice. You look in the direction you hear it coming from. And you see, standing on the grass beside you, a very small gnome, perhaps no taller than your hand. And that small gnome has a delicate voice. You swing your legs around off of the deck chair. You lean down to get closer to that gnome. And the gnome says that they could do with your help. And they start to explain how they need you to follow them into a world of gnomes. And you stand up, agreeing to follow. And they walk you across your garden towards an old oak tree that stands on the edge of your garden. And then they walk up to the trunk of the tree. They wave their hands in a specific pattern in front of the tree. And glowing, pulsing, sparkling light forms before them. And a small entrance seems to open up in the base of that tree. And the gnome walks in and looks back towards you. And you tell them that you can't fit in that hole. And they shrug and acknowledge this, almost as if they'd forgotten you wouldn't be able to fit. And they pull their bag around the side of their body, opening the pouch. They take out a small mushroom, no larger than a pea. They hand you that mushroom and tell you to eat it. You eat that pea-sized mushroom. You feel a tingling through your mind and body, right down to the tips of your fingers. A little bit like pins and needles, just for a moment, before you start to feel a euphoric, deeply pleasant feeling. And a light spreads across you, and in that light, it's so bright you can't see anything around you. but you feel something shifting within you. And as the light dims and you can see your surroundings once more, you find that you're no larger than the gnome. You and everything you were wearing has somehow shrunk to the size of the gnome. And the gnome explains that there's another type of mushroom that you can take that will reverse the effects of the first mushroom. But for now, you can follow them. And so you follow them through that portal into the tree. And instead of walking into the tree, you find walking through the portal that you come out in a whole different landscape. As you look back, it's almost like you can see the same oak tree with the same portal-like entrance. Except this tree is situated in an open field, and before you is a hustling, bustling town of gnomes. There's houses and streets. There's trees and wildlife. All the gnomes are talking and interacting with each other. But as they notice you, they stop and look, some gasping. And the gnome guides you down through the street, heading down towards a grand-looking building. Knocking on the door of that building, before opening the door and entering and guiding you in with them. And inside the building is wooden floor with large, dense rugs covering that floor. The two of you walk across the large, dense rugs, heading towards an old-looking gnome with a thick white beard, resting in a chair. They introduce you as the gardener. And the old gnome talks to you and says that they need your help. They've been watching you across the years as you've tended to your garden and looked after it so well that you seem to have an affinity with nature and at just understanding things on a deep level intuitively. And they tell you about a tree in their land. That's the tree of life. It's the tree that allows their land to exist as it does, as this separate realm. But recently that tree has been damaged and has started to die. And if the tree dies, their realm disappears. And everything in this realm disappears with it. And they need your help to look at that tree and see if there's anything that can be done. And you agree to help. And you set off with the gnome that came here with you. They show you through the landscape, down towards that tree. And the tree is some distance from this space. And so you ride mice towards that tree, riding through the landscape. You asking the gnome about this place, where it is, how it formed, what happened before the tree, and what would happen if the tree disappears, and what would happen after the tree. And they explain they'd have to escape to the human world and make their home there, rather than in this gnome world, where they can live free and open, rather than hiding themselves. And you make the journey all the way to that tree, dismount from the mice, head over to the tree, and you see it's somehow become cracked, following a branch, and right down, almost into the heart of its trunk. And to these gnomes, this is a large tree. But to you, you know it's probably a bonsai tree. And you say that you think you can help. And you start getting to work on the tree. You get some natural fibres. You wrap them around the trunk, pulling the trunk together. You start fixing up that tree. And as you do, you begin to form an idea that might help. And you ask, what is it about this tree that brings life to this land? And the gnome explains that this tree is intimately connected through its roots with this landscape. And this is the only one of its species here. And they say that you can see that this is a magical tree and it's intimately connected, because under low light you can notice the roots glowing a soft blue that signals their connection with the landscape. And you say you've got an idea, and so you want to test that idea. And you take a couple of cuttings from this tree. And you head to different locations away from the tree. You plant those cuttings. You water them. And you say you want to just see if they take hold, and if the cuttings have the same properties when they take hold as the main tree. And in this land, time passes different to in the human world. So days can pass here, where time seems to stand still in the human world. As if the portal itself is just a point in time. And so you spend a number of days staying with this gnome, every day heading out to those cuttings, watering them, nurturing them, and checking in on the main tree. And after a number of weeks, you notice that the cuttings have started to grow roots and take hold, and under low light you can see that those roots glow a delicate blue. And seem to be equally as connected to the landscape as the main tree. And this confirms your idea that if they want to survive here and reduce any risk of any issues, perhaps they need to have more than one tree that maintains this space, this alternate world. And so you feed back to the elder about your findings. You feed back that the main tree is doing very well, is repairing itself very well, but that cuttings also grow when looked after. And that if more cuttings can be grown, and then take cuttings from the cuttings as they grow up, then the tree can become something that is so ubiquitous in the world. Hopefully, if anything happened to just one of the trees, nothing would happen to the world itself. And the elder says that the only way to know if that would work is to consult the oracle. And they ask you to go with the other gnome to talk with the oracle. And so the two of you set off on your mice, riding through the landscape. You ride all day until it's night time. You settle down by a fire, camp for the night, enjoying each other's company, you being told all about gnome lore and legends. Next morning, carrying on the journey, until eventually you see a palace in the distance, rising over the horizon, arriving at the palace and asking to see the oracle. And you're shown through the palace and up a tall tower. And the oracle is sat there meditating in this tall tower. And without coming out of their meditation, they seem to psychically project communication into your mind, asking what you're here for, and you explain. And this oracle, who remains in this meditation, says that this meditation allows them to remain on the same frequency as the world around them, connected to all beings here, all life. And they focus in on their connection with the tree and with the new trees. And they put the idea out there about whether it's accurate that the tree and the new trees, that any of them existing, is enough to maintain this world. And they say that the tree communicating with them is telling them that that's true, that these trees are intimately connected with the fabric of the world when their roots grow. And so having more of the trees means less chance if any one tree gets damaged, of something going wrong and this world disappearing. You ask how this world develops if it needs these trees to be here. And after a short pause, where the oracle listens to the tree, they say that it came down to the first gnome. The first gnome used magic to create a portal. As the world of humans stopped believing in magic and started being fearful of the unknown, they wondered whether they could create a land elsewhere where they could live openly in communities, being themselves. And they opened a portal, and they infused a tree with magic, which they brought through the portal with them, and into the void through that portal. They passed that tree. And the tree's roots, imbued with magic, began to fill the void with a landscape. and all the soil and all the other plants, and the entire landscape grew from the wishes and dreams of that gnome, carried through the magic into that tree, into those roots. Mirroring the world the tree had come from. And so that tree, since then, had been the sole provider of maintaining this landscape. And as generations went by, the old stories drifted into legend and then faded from memory. But that tree still stood tall, and the message that the tree brings life to the land remained. And generation after generation, that was communicated so strong as to make sure that the tree was looked after. And if the magic of the roots ever failed, then this world would go back to being a void. But it doesn't have to be just carried in the roots of the one tree. If a cutting is taken from the tree, then the roots of any cuttings are the roots of that tree, maintaining this land. And after seeing the oracle, you both head back, stopping on your journey, camping another night, continuing your journey the next day, confirming that cuttings work as well as the original tree. But to get cuttings, you have to be delicate. You can't just chop a tree to pieces for cuttings. You take a small piece, let it grow. Take another small piece, and as those pieces grow into trees, so cuttings can be taken from them. And you teach how to get cuttings from the tree, how to grow those cuttings into trees of their own. And some of the cuttings are grown as trees outside of the main landscape, so that if anything ever happened to the trees in the landscape, more trees could be planted, and everyone was encouraged to grow their own tree. And each tree would take years to grow to full size. But now the land was going to be filled with these trees. and you're thanked for your help, and the gnome shows you back through the portal, back to your garden, then hands you a mushroom. You consume that mushroom and grow back to full size. And in your garden you notice it's as if no time has passed, but in your mind you feel like you've had weeks away. And it creates a little confusion. Do you sit back down, continue resting in your garden, carrying on what you were doing before you went in to the gnome land? When to you it feels like a lot of time has passed, and perhaps you should be getting on with other things. But you decide to sit in the garden for a while. You ponder the experience in that gnome land. You wonder how often gnomes visit this land. You don't really hear of gnomes visiting nowadays. And after resting for a while in the garden, you do another round of watering where you need to water. As the evening sets in, you head inside your home. You make yourself something to eat and drink. You rest down by the fire, eating that food, drinking that drink. You decide you'd love to learn more about the times when gnomes and other creatures lived within this world. You'd always assumed they were just fairy tales and stories for children, but knowing that it was real makes you want to learn more. When you're reading with a different mindset and a different understanding, you head to bed and drift peacefully asleep. And the next day, you head to the local town, visit the local library. Walking into the library, seeing dust motes floating delicately in the beams of light, softly passing through the narrow windows. The smell of old books, the dull sound within the library as all sound and reverberations seem to be absorbed by the carpeted floor and the books. You find your way round to the myths and legends section, and you find an old book about gnomes. You sit down at a table in the library and begin to read that book, reading about the legend of the gnomes, how they first seemed to appear in this land, what humans used to think of those gnomes, the magic they used to possess. And you find it fascinating learning about those gnomes. Now that you're reading this from a perspective that what you're reading is probably true, and you continue to read that book. You look at the pictures, seeing some of those drawings, questioning their accuracy as they're drawn from what people say gnomes are like. But having met gnomes yourself, you know they don't look exactly like these drawings portray. You learn about the gnomes disappearing one day, how it was almost as if they entered rings around trees and were never seen again. And since then, occasionally children would tell stories of how they saw gnomes at the end of the garden. And it looked like gnomes occasionally chose to visit the human realm. But they really just came to visit. They weren't actually living here. And after reading and finding it fascinating, learning the history of the gnomes, you wonder whether the gnomes themselves have any books or any history that they could teach from their perspective. You head back home. You write a letter to that gnome, saying you'd love to learn more about their civilization, about the history of the gnomes from their perspective, and if they've got any writings on that they'd be willing to share. Would they share that with you? You place that letter near the tree. You head into your home and head to bed. The next day you see the letter has gone. And a few days later, next to the tree, you see a tiny wrapped up gift. A small gift the size of the tip of your thumb, wrapped in brown paper, string tied around that, and the most perfect bow. And next to that is a small wicker basket with a tiny bit of red material draped over the basket. You take the two items into your home, place them down on your dining room table, carefully unwrap the gift, and you see an old book, incredibly tiny old book, too small to be able to open and handle. You remove the material from the top of the basket, and inside the basket is a small glass bottle with the tiniest bit of cork you've ever seen in the top of that bottle, and a little note. You carefully open the note. You get a magnifying glass to read that note. It says to shake up that bottle, which will convert the liquid into a gas. And that gas is heavier than air and will sink down. And pour that gas over the book. And it'll spread around the book and enlarge the book to human proportions. So you carefully shake that bottle until the liquid turns to a gas. Using your fingernails, with your thumb and your forefinger, you pop the cork out of that bottle. You tip the bottle upside down and the gas falls down onto the book, enveloping the book. Begins to sparkle and twinkle and fizz gently. And the book then expands, getting larger and larger on the table until it's the size of a large, hard-covered book. And as you open that book, so you notice you can understand the language inside, that it doesn't look like a language you know, but as you start to read it, you instinctively seem to just read it in your language, and you don't quite know how that's happening. And so you sit down for an evening by the fireplace, and you read that book, absorbing yourself in reading the stories of the history of the gnomes. You read about their perspective of life before passing into their own land. You read about how they were all informed that there is this new land to inhabit, and what it was like in those early years of that land forming. Reading about their magic, their portals, and how this land has a very different concept of time to the human world. How portals to the human world are always a fixed point in time, with the other side of the portal being to a time that's constantly moving, and so they may have portals which they can pass through, which were situated centuries earlier. And so one side of the portal is centuries in the past, yet the other side of the portal in the gnome land, centuries have moved on. You read about how gnomes live for hundreds and in some cases even thousands of years, and some are known or thought to be immortal, and many choose their lifespan. And you find this book deeply fascinating. So fascinating you barely make it through much of the book before you have to go to bed. But you look forward to reading this book and learning more over the coming days. And with this new discovery, this new mission you're on to learn more about these gnomes that you've only just discovered are real, you head to bed with new thoughts in your mind, feeling a deep sense of connection to a broader world than you knew existed before. And you drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, you can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing gently down through you as I count down from 10 to 1. And with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax. And you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head gently, carefully, relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead. And with each out breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing the jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax, with that relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles around the sides of the neck, front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, shoulder blades relaxing those muscles, like a deep massage passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms, and I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, or whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm. But you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, triceps, down into the forearms. 7. Moving all the way down to the wrists, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips, and perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms, with each out breath, the arms begin to feel heavier, or lighter, or some other sensation as relaxation sets in. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax. And while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream. Initially to brief reveries, before settling on the first dream of the night. Six. And that healing light can spread down from the shoulders and down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles so gently, calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. 5. The healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles as it goes, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body, releasing any tension. Perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to get more comfortable. 4. With that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. 3. Passing that relaxation down towards the lower parts of your legs. Perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier, maybe as the body becomes deeply relaxed and your focus drifts inside more on what's going on for you in your mind. You lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2. The relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing, all the way down to the tips of your toes. And 1. As a final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you, from the top of your head down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes, as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And you find yourself as a shepherd out in the fields herding your sheep. You're whistling and calling words to your sheepdog. As the dog rushes around those sheep, running one side, encouraging them the other direction, running around the back to the other side to encourage them to narrow down and all huddle together. And you can see in the distance a thunderstorm gently approaching. And so you're just calmly encouraging your sheepdog to help you to herd these sheep. And you herd those sheep. You get them in to where they need to be, closing the gate. The air can smell so fresh as a storm approaches. The dark sky and the landscape illuminated by the sun in the foreground can create such a striking contrast. And that sun illuminating the foreground, shining towards that oncoming storm, casts a rainbow across that darkness, so bright and vivid against the dark grey-blue background. And the moisture in the air seems to freshen the air. You encourage your sheepdog to follow you. As you head back towards the farmhouse, you work your way down through the fields, through a gate, onto a dirt road. Each footstep crunching gently underfoot as you walk, the sheepdog walking alongside you. As you follow this road, hedgerows either side of you, starlings in those hedges, chatting with each other, but going silent just as you pass them, and then talking again behind you as you pass by. And you can hear the rumble of the thunder. You can begin to notice some of the flashing of the lightning. That storm still quite distant, but being aware that there's more moisture hanging in the air, you arrive at the farmhouse. Unlatch the door and walk inside to the warmth of this farmhouse. Your sheepdog shaking some of that moisture off of their coat, panting a little before settling down in front of the fire. And you head to the kitchen and you make yourself some food and drink. You grab yourself a bottle of water. Sit down beside the fire. The sheepdog at your feet. You drink that water, feeling the coolness of the water. As it passes down through you with each sip. You eat that food, and all the while you can hear the distant rumbling getting closer and closer. After finishing the food, you place your plate back in the kitchen. You go and sit back in the chair and begin to read a book. You hear the first large smatterings of the approaching storm, large raindrops striking the windows. Almost sounding like berries splatting on the glass. Notice the occasional flash of light come through the windows from the storm outside. 5 or 6 seconds later, hearing a deep guttural rumble stretch across the sky. Until eventually, that storm getting closer and closer is almost overhead, and the rain is pounding at the windows. The fire is dancing in the fireplace. As wind from outside works its way down the chimney. And that thunderstorm is cracking away outside, light flashing into the room. And although still just the afternoon, it's so dark outside it could be night. But as you listen to the thunderstorm outside, you just feel more relaxed and so cozy here inside. Just reading that book, relaxing in the chair. Your farmhouse, such a relaxing space, with the plates standing on shelves in the kitchen. Dried flowers hanging alongside the edges of the shelves and dotted in other locations. Your large rustic dining room table and chairs. The old farmhouse kitchen with the Aga. Delicate curtains hanging over the windows in the kitchen. And thicker, more homely curtains hanging up in the living space. And the front door opens into the living room. And so at the foot of the front door, you have what looks like a long dog resting to prevent any draft from coming in through the door. And beside your chair you have a small wooden side table. Above the fireplace are some ornaments. An old picture that's been passed down through the generations, a painting of this farmland hanging above that fireplace. and wrapped around on the far side of the fireplace, and then along the far wall are wooden bookcases containing old books. And some side tables with some pictures and photographs, and the occasional lamp dotted through the room. And currently, as it's still daytime and has just temporarily gotten dark, none of those lamps are on, and so the only illumination in the room is the gently crackling fire dancing in the fireplace. Its light dancing around the room, shadows flickering and moving, and the sheepdog just continues to relax and sleep on the floor, almost as if it's completely unaware of the storm which has arrived and is passing overhead. And you continue to just read, with the sounds of the rain and that thunderstorm helping to just bring a deeper sense of peace and calm to your body, even without you paying it any real attention. Although as you read under the glowing firelight, your eyes have had to adapt to the darkening room. But after about 15 or 20 minutes, you notice the sounds of the thunder gradually moving overhead, and the rumbling coming from the other side of your property as that storm is passing away. And as the storm passes overhead, those storm clouds gradually move their way on. So some light begins to return to the room. The rain on the windows begins to soften. You start to hear more sounds of birds outside. Birds which are coming out after the storm, perhaps to forage around the ground, seeing what's come out while the rain has fallen. And within an hour, you can barely hear the thunder at all. Just the very occasional soft rumble, so distant. And the light returns to the room. And you continue to read. And when you reach a good stopping point in the book, you stop reading for a moment. You head to your window and look out across the farmland, surveying to see that everything looks okay. No damage has been done by the storm. You look down towards the sheep, checking on those sheep, You have some binoculars by the window, so you pop those binoculars up in front of your face. Looking through those binoculars, the view slightly distorted around the edges, but being able to zoom in and check closer on those sheep. And you notice, as you take the binoculars away from your eyes, a bird of prey circling overhead. And so you grab the binoculars up to your eyes again, to take a moment to look closely at that bird, admiring its beauty, the way it glides so effortlessly through the sky as you watch it fly, watching it circle overhead, tracking with those binoculars until it circles and flies across the tree line and out of sight. You then place the binoculars back down on the windowsill and head back over and sit back down in that chair and continue reading a little longer. And after a short while, the cuckoo clock sounds on the wall. You go and grab your coat. You leave your sheepdog resting on the floor where it is. You head out of the farmhouse. You head around the back of the farmhouse. And as you head around the back of the farmhouse, so you can hear the chickens. And you head round to those chickens. And now the storm has passed. You open their hutches, they can roam free within a large grassy space. You place food for those chickens throughout that space, placing it within the grass to encourage them to move around and find the food and eat the food. And before heading back into the farmhouse, you grab a couple of the eggs, then head back into the farmhouse. And back in the farmhouse, you head to the kitchen. You get out some baking items. And grab different ingredients that you require. And at the kitchen island, you begin to bake yourself a cake. The eggs and flour, with some butter, hand whisking that cake. The smell of preparing this cake. You pour your cake mixture into 2 cake tins, placing them in your oven. setting a wind-up timer, heading back and sitting in the living space, reading back in that chair. In the background, hearing the buzzing of the timer as it moves, but finding that your mind seems to almost block out that constant sound. You forget that sound of the timer as you read. And as the cake continues to cook, so you start to notice the smell of that cooking cake filling the farmhouse. Until eventually the timer sounds. You place the book down beside you. You head over to the kitchen, stop the timer. You take out the two halves of the cake and place them on the side. You grab a knife and gently, almost under its own weight, let it fall down through the cake and pull it out with a soft puff of steam. And you can see the knife is clean and clear. You repeat the process on the other half of the cake. You leave those halves of the cake to cool down a little on the work surface. As you head back and read some more. And when you reach a good stopping point, you mark that page in the book, place the book back down, and your sheepdog gets up and takes a moment to head over to its food bowl and to eat some food, before heading back and settling back down under the warmth of the fire. And you head into the kitchen area. You pop both halves of the cake out of the tins. You neaten them up a little. And then you begin to compile your cake. You make some filling, whisking that up, and begin to spread the filling into the center. And then you place one half of the cake on top of the other, and you carefully make sure that's aligned, and push it down just a little, very gently, and a slight bit of the filling oozes softly out of the sides. And you carefully run a knife around the sides, just to neaten that up. And then you mix up the topping, and you begin to cover the cake, scooping that out and placing it on the top of the cake, smoothing it down, gradually smoothing it from the center down to the edge, and then around the sides. And then over the edge to smooth it around the side of the cake. And you carefully smooth that all the way around, gradually turning the cake as you go. Each time placing a dollop of the outside of the cake on top. Smoothing it down to the edges and then around the edge to smooth it around the sides. Until the whole cake is covered. And then you begin to decorate the top of the cake. And once the cake is done, you put it up onto a cake stand. You cover that cake over. And you know you've made the cake for your nephew's birthday, and hope that they'll enjoy that cake. You then sit at the dining room table. You take out their birthday card. You take a moment to write that birthday card out with a personalised message, really giving some thought to the message. Trying to think of something meaningful, yet something light-hearted, perhaps a little humorous. And in your neatest handwriting, you carefully write that out in the card. Leave it for a moment for the ink to dry. Before closing the card up and placing it into the envelope, making sure that the back of the card is facing the opening of the envelope. And then licking around the envelope to seal that envelope, writing their name on the front, placing that down near the cake so that you'll remember it tomorrow. And then you take a gift you've handmade for them, a beautiful carved wooden toy. You wrap that toy in some tissue paper that crumples as you fold it around. And then you wrap that in some wrapping paper, carefully sealing that wrapping paper. You write a small label, attach that to the wrapping paper, and place that with the card. And you have all that put just to one side on the kitchen work surface, ready for you to take with you when you head to visit your nephew in the morning. And then you make yourself some dinner. You make a nice hearty roast. It takes you about 90 minutes to cook your dinner. But as you cook, so the smells of the roast dinner fill your farmhouse. And as usual, your sheepdog enjoys those smells probably more than you do, and probably looks forward to the meal more than you do. You know that when you eat it, you're going to have to encourage them not to eat your food. You'll share a little bit with them, but you'll encourage them not to eat your food, never mind how much they sit looking so cute and so sweet with their puppy dog looking eyes, almost like they're begging for food. You know you'll do your best to ignore them when they do this. And as the roast finishes cooking, so you take it all out of the oven, the veg off of the hot plates. You compile your meal, add some gravy. You put a little bit of the food into a bowl for your dog. You place that down near their food. You then sit back down at the dining room table. You eat that meal, and after eating the roast dinner, so you find yourself feeling tired and sleepy, you decide to leave things clean and tidy so it won't play on your mind. You wash up and dry up, clean everything away. And then head back and sit in that chair and read a little longer, feeling drowsy as you do, knowing you're going to sleep so well tonight. And after a few hours of sitting reading, pushing on to just about reach the end of your book, knowing you're so close you want to finish it before bed, you read to the end of the book, close the book on the final chapter, rest the book on your lap for a moment as you ponder the story, think about what you've just read, absorb the story in your mind before standing up and heading over to the bookshelves, finding the correct space for that book to go, placing the book on the shelves in the correct place. And it's now dark outside. You head outside for a bit with your sheepdog, standing out in the cool air. The sky now cloudless. You can see all those stars twinkling overhead, the moon lighting up the landscape. You encourage your sheepdog to run around, to take this opportunity to go to the toilet if needed. They bring you a ball that you have out here You throw the ball for them, it bounces around and rolls through the landscape. They run off and find it and bring it back. You do that a number of times, breathing in the coolness of the night air. And after some time playing out here, and the sheepdog doing whatever it needs to do, you head back in to the farmhouse. The two of you head up to the bedroom. You encourage the sheepdog to go over to its bed, a really nice cozy space on the floor. And they go and snuggle down in that cozy space, and feeling really tired from that hearty dinner. You head to bed, and it takes very little effort for sleep to begin to encroach in your mind, your eyes closing, hearing the sounds of the sheepdog falling asleep in its bed, seeming to almost do little dainty snores as it sleeps. As you rest your head on the pillow, feeling its softness under your cheek, the weight of the blanket over you, the temperature of the room being just right, as you feel consciousness slipping away and dreams encroaching. Allowing yourself to take hold of one of those dreams, almost pulling yourself into the dream, enjoying that dream as you drift and float, so peacefully, so relaxed asleep, into Slumberland. Tonight, as you drift asleep, you find yourself as a writer relaxing on a sleeper train, heading through beautiful countryside towards a town on the edge of woodland, said to hide the secrets of a magical feline temple. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you fall asleep, you can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing, calming down through you as I count down from 10 to 1. And with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax, and you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully, relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead, And with each out-breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes, around the ears. 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing the jaw, allowing the tongue to relax the lips, to relax the nostrils, to gently relax, with that relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles around the sides of the neck, the front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, the shoulder blades, relaxing those muscles like a deep massage passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms, and I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm. But you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, the triceps, down into the forearms. 7. Moving all the way down to the wrists, the palms of the hands down to the fingertips. And perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms with each out-breath, the arms begin to feel heavier or lighter, or some other sensation as relaxation sets in. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax. And while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream, initially to brief reveries before settling on the first dream of the night. 6. And that healing light can spread down from the shoulders and down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles gently, calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. 5. The healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles as it goes, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body, releasing any tension, perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to feel more comfortable. 4. With that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. 3. That relaxation passing down towards the lower parts of your legs, perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier as the body becomes deeply relaxed and your focus drifts inside to what's going on for you in your mind. And perhaps you lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2. The relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing all the way down to the tips of your toes. 1. As the final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you, from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes, as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And you're travelling on a train through wide, open countryside, meadows surrounding the train, the afternoon sun passing gently across the sky, the clickety-clack and the rattling of the train on the tracks, the gentle mumble of other voices in the carriage, the occasional announcement from the conductor, the train rocking and vibrating gently as it travels comfortably along the track. And you're sitting at a table on this train, curtains hanging in the window, bouncing gently around in the chair to the movement of the train, the liquid in a cup of tea gently rocking and moving, creating circles of waves that travel in and out in that cup, occasionally interfering and becoming spikes, before calming again. Gazing out across the scenery, watching trees flash by the window, looking off to distant woodland and mountains, across meadows, and on the table you have an old-fashioned typewriter that you're writing your current book with. And next to the typewriter is a leather binder where you're placing your completed pages. And while your mind is absorbed gazing out the window at the passing scenery, so you let your fingers start typing out the experience on the typewriter, the sensation of pushing those keys down and the letters springing up at the ink band in front of the paper. As the paper slowly moves across, as each letter stamps itself onto the page. And then the paper moves up a bit, slides back across, and you carry on with the next line. And you enjoy writing with a typewriter because there's something visceral, a connection you feel with a typewriter that you just don't get when typing on a keyboard with a computer. Something about the sounds of typing, the smell of the ink, the feeling of hitting the keys and the weight of the keys as they move. You type about the experience of being on a train, the movement of the train, what you're feeling as you travel. Describing the peaceful scenery outside the window, the sensation of watching it flash by. And you're in search of a legendary lost feline temple. A temple that was situated in the heart of an ancient cat-worshipping civilization, where it's rumoured rituals used to be performed that allowed people to temporarily swap consciousness with cats that they were bonded to, allowing the cats to temporarily exist in human form and the humans to temporarily exist as cats, deepening their bond and transferring knowledge between the two species. And as night falls, you set up your bed in the sleeper train. You settle down for the night, letting the movement of the train rock you gently to sleep. And the next day, you sit down, enjoy some breakfast. The view out the window is largely the same. It's such a vast, open landscape. The journey continues on through lunch, not arriving at your stop until mid-afternoon. You set off on foot from the train, heading towards a nearby town on the edge of woodland. Just a single bag on your back, and your typewriter carried in your hand. Inside a wooden box. And you walk through the landscape, the sounds of songbirds wrapped around you, feeling the warmth of the sun overhead, hearing the rustling of the leaves as the wind blows a gentle breeze. And after some time, you eventually arrive at the town. Find your way to the hotel. You check into the hotel and head back downstairs after putting all your belongings in your room. You eat dinner in the restaurant area, chatting briefly with the locals, before heading back up to bed. And the next morning, you decide to get an early start. You head down for breakfast, and then head out towards the woodland in search of the temple ruins. You walk into the woodland, noticing the way the sounds change. Some sounds seem more muted, other sounds seem to almost echo through the woodland. Then you search within the woodland for those temple ruins, and you have to walk for most of the day before you find them. And you find the ruins in a slight clearing within this woodland. And some areas of the ruins are intact, other areas have entirely collapsed. You head into the intact part of the ruins, discovering carvings on the walls which seem to depict the stages of the ritual. And this ritual that allows bonded cats and humans to swap consciousness. It says in the depiction, was only possible roughly every 80 years, when the moon was at a specific location and brightness in the sky. The ancient civilization used complicated calculations to work out when this would happen. Sometimes it could be as soon as 19 years since the previous occurrence. Other times it may not occur for 111 years. The moonshine would only illuminate the temple chamber with enough light for about 15 minutes. If there are any clouds, then the ritual couldn't be performed until the next time the moon was in just the right position and size in the sky. The focused moonshine illuminated and stimulated the fungus growing all over the stone within this chamber. Usually in the darkness, the fungus was dormant, but something about the concentrated moonshine triggered it to release spores which, when breathed in, led to short-lived changes in consciousness, swapping the cat's and humans' consciousness, where they were already synchronized due to their bonding. And although much of the temple was ruined, the ritual chamber still stood, and you could see the lunar aperture which casts the beam of silver light into the chamber when the moon is at just the right point in the sky. After exploring the temple ruins and taking a sample of the fungus, you head back to the town. You meet with a local elder who tells you the stories of the ancient civilization and how, as the town became modernized and people left and gave other things their priority, they stopped bonding with their cats, and with the practice being so rare, it drifted from their lives. People stopped heading to the temple and maintaining it, and any belief drifted into legend. You purchase some old books of the legends before heading back to the hotel. And at the hotel you examine the fungus and you read through the books while typing up your findings. You find yourself so engrossed in writing that you end up typing all night long. During the night, a cat wanders in, comes up to your room. You hear it purring at your door, gently meowing, so you let it in. It snuggles up next to you while you continue writing and purrs beside you. You look over towards the cat and you make the vow to tell its story. You work out from the texts when the next date would occur, according to the legends, when the moon will shine just in the right way into the temple. You discover that it'll be in 12 years' time, so you note this down. As the sun rises, you head downstairs for breakfast, and you'll be catching the train home today in just a few hours. And the whole time you're eating breakfast, the cat doesn't leave your side. When you head back to your room to pack away, the cat continues to be beside you. When you leave the hotel, the cat follows. And so you decide to take the cat home with you, thinking perhaps you'll return here in 12 years' time. Maybe you could have a go at the ritual. And you wait for a while at the stop for the train to arrive. You board that train, and you make the journey on that train all the way home. And it takes a number of days journeying through the countryside, then having to change transport, using a few different forms of transport on your way home until you finally arrive at home. Having a cat with you now, you set up a dedicated space at home for the cat. You name them Luna, and they nuzzle you and purr as if to acknowledge that they approve of the name you've given them. You look through all of the papers that you've typed. You find it interesting, some of the information you've recorded. You have something to eat and then rest down at home, the cat climbing on your lap. You stroke the cat while you rest, enjoying relaxing in a chair in front of a cozy fireplace, feeling so comfortable being back at home, knowing you enjoyed your time away, but you definitely missed being at home in your own space. And as you begin to feel tired, you set up a space specifically for Luna to rest. They relax down in that space, and you head to bed. And as you rest down in bed, you review the experience you've had, what you've learned, what you may learn in the future, in just over a decade's time. And you find yourself drifting and floating so peacefully, so comfortably relaxed asleep into Slumberland. So tonight, as you drift asleep, you'll find yourself relaxing on a boat on Loch Ness in Scotland, listening to the lapping of the water on the underside of the boat, as the boat gently rocks and you gaze up at the pristine night sky overhead, looking forward to exploring around the shoreline in the morning, where you follow a cat to a magical bakery. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you fall asleep, you can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing calmly down through you as I count down from 10 to 1. And with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax, and you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead. And with each out-breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing that jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax. With that relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles. Around the side of the neck, the front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, the shoulder blades, relaxing those muscles like a deep massage passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms. And I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm. But you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, the triceps, down into the forearms. Seven, moving all the way down to the wrists, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips. And perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms, with each out-breath, the arms begin to feel heavier or lighter, or some other sensation as relaxation sets in. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax. While the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream. Initially to brief reveries before settling on the first dream of the night. 6. And that healing light can spread down from the shoulders, down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles, gently calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. 5. The healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower backs, sides, relaxing those muscles as it goes, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body, releasing any tension, perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to feel more comfortable. 4. With that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. 3. That relaxation passing down towards the lower parts of your legs. Perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier as the body becomes deeply relaxed and your focus drifts inside to what's going on for you in your mind. And perhaps you lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2. The relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing all the way down to the tips of your toes. 1. As a final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes, as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And you find yourself resting on a reclining chair on a boat on Loch Ness. The sounds of water lapping gently against the underside of the boat as it's moored at the shore. And it's late at night, and overhead you can see the night sky arching from horizon to horizon, stars twinkling, the dusty Milky Way smeared across the middle of the sky. The occasional shooting star fizzing past. The gentle scent of the fresh water as it continues lapping against the underside of the boat. The slight rocking of the boat in its mooring. Perhaps noticing the occasional hoot of a distant owl. And the coolness of the air across your cheeks, with that gentle breeze softly tickling your skin as you continue resting back in that reclining chair. And you lean over and pour yourself a warm drink. As you bring that drink up to your mouth, aware of the warm vapour rising up beneath your nostrils, up across your face, your forehead. The sensation of drinking that drink and the feeling of the warm drink soothing its way down through you. I'm really enjoying the deep sense of peace and relaxation resting on this boat. Just watching the night sky overhead. And as you finish that warm drink, you begin to feel tired. And so you head down into the boat. You close the door behind you, head through to the bedroom, climb into the bed and settle down, and begin to drift asleep to the gentle rocking of the boat, the soft lapping sound of the waves against the underside of the boat. Drifting into the most pleasant sleep and dreams. And the next day you awaken. You head up onto the deck of the boat. You enjoy some breakfast as you see the sun's rays carefully peering over the top of the hills surrounding the loch. Seeing the way the light dances on the surface of the dark blue water. Looking out across the greens and the browns of the hills, the gentle mist in the distance on the loch, gently being evaporated by the sun's warmth. And after eating your breakfast, you set off from your boat, walking up the jetty, following a path. And you follow that path along the side of the loch, listening to the water lapping along the shoreline, before the path veers off among some trees, comes out the other side among countryside. You can see a small village in the distance. And as you're walking towards that village, you encounter a cat sitting on an old stone wall, and it meows at you as you pass. And so you slow down and stop, and the cat stands, makes eye contact with you, before lowering its two front legs down, partway down the wall, wriggles its bum a little before leaping, scurrying down the wall, onto the ground and over to you, weaving its way around your legs, purring, and you reach down and stroke that cat, feeling the warmth of its fur. It flops down on its side. You stroke its side and it moves over onto its back. You stroke its belly between its two front legs. And then the cat leaps up and begins to walk, seeming to guide you towards that village. And so you follow the cat, chatting with your companion as you walk along through the countryside, seeing a large bird of prey circling overhead, hearing the rustling of the leaves of the trees, feeling the wind as it blows a breeze, watching the clouds pass by in the sky, ambling along, slowly, peacefully, until you eventually arrive at the village and follow the cat through the village, and the cat stops at the foot of a bakery. And you see the sign for the bakery. And you head into that bakery. The door trings as it opens. The bell rattles as it closes. As soon as you're inside, you can smell the smells of this bakery. The smell of baked bread, of sweet treats, different jams, and other baked goods. And a curious baker greets you and smiles in your direction. They introduce themselves as Dougal Sconson. They tell the story about how they come from a long line of bakers. They tell you that this is the only place where you can buy dreams on toast, and then start to explain about how 8 generations ago his relative was exploring some caves around Loch Ness when they stumbled upon a secret. They found themselves in a strange landscape with pulsating purple trees containing golden dreamberries that glistened and sparkled, and slumbering gleaner birds which eat the berries. And these birds eat one of the berries and then fall asleep beneath the tree, having the most pleasant dreams. And this relative found this fascinating, took one of the berries, tried the berry and found it the sweetest, most pleasant taste. But they also found that they became incredibly drowsy and they fell asleep beneath the tree and had the most pleasant dreams. So they took some of those berries away with them, and they made some jam from the berries. And this jam proved to be incredibly popular, bringing dreams to all who ate it. And so they tried to grow dreamberry trees in their orchard. But the trees just never grew, and they realized that the trees only seemed to grow in this strange landscape. And so each generation they've passed down the knowledge of where the landscape is and how to access it, keeping the location secret to anyone else so as not to disrupt the landscape, and to work in harmony with the landscape. The baker offers you some of this jam on toast. You take the jam on toast over to a table by a crackling log fire in this bakery. You have just a single bite of that jam on toast. Find yourself falling asleep in the chair, having the most pleasant nap with the most wonderful dreams. And you find the experience so pleasurable, so calming and healing, that you decide to buy some jars of the jam. And each jam jar comes with a warning label. Warning will cause drowsiness, sleep and pleasant dreams. Do not consume if anything requires your attention. The cat curls itself up on the rug in front of the fireplace in this bakery. You pet it for a moment, saying your goodbyes, before heading back to your boat. And back on your boat you make yourself dreamberry jam on toast, and you eat that toast before having the most pleasant dreams, drifting into the deepest sleep. And the next day you leave that mooring, continue along the coast a little further, watching as Urquhart Castle comes more and more into view. Mooring up near Urquhart Castle, leaving the boat and exploring the castle, taking some photos of the castle and the loch. Before walking to the nearby village of Drumnadrochit. And in Drumnadrochit, among a pair of white stone buildings, you find an old mottled stone bookshop. And there's something deeply curious and interesting about this bookshop. You open the door and are instantly met by that old book smell, and the sight of dust motes hanging in the air, and the fuzzy beams of light creeping their way through the windows. You speak with the bookshop owner, who's an old man with the most striking green eyes. They explore among their books until they find an old book, an almost antique looking book of ancient legends. And they hand you the book and tell you that the knowledge you seek is contained within that book, and you're curious to learn more about where those dreamberries come from. And so you explore through the book until you find a story with some pictures about how this landscape is dotted with invisible doorways to the other world, a place where time is fluid, where trees are purple. Purple hazel trees drop nuts which contain wisdom, and the purple dreamberry trees drop berries which contain dreams. And this other world is the home of beautiful fae who dress in green. And this race of fae, they're called she. They live here in the other world, rarely seeing people anymore from the regular world. And this book metaphorically describes the locations that you can use to access the other world, and explains about how the portals only open at dawn or dusk. The bookshop owner suggests that perhaps you should go searching for the nearest entrance, and they help you to interpret one of the invisible doorway locations. And so that evening, as the sun begins to set, you head to the location where the portal may well be, and you find yourself walking through a portal, heading into the other world. You see the dreamberry trees. You see those birds. You meet a friendly she who shares about this place, explains about how times have changed. The world of man has changed, and they prefer now to keep themselves to themselves. They hand you a purple hazelnut, which you consume, gaining deep wisdom, understanding why you can never share about this place. The she show you around this location. They show you to the different types of trees. They show you the differences in the environment, how the colours here are very different in the other world. And after you've looked around for a while, you head back to the portal, pass through the portal, knowing you'll never tell anyone where this place is, how to enter it, being aware of the importance of that. And you head back round through the village, down past Urquhart Castle, back to the boat. And you arrive back at the boat, just as rain begins to trickle its way across the loch. You head into the boat, listening to the rain on the outside. You make yourself something to eat and drink. Sit down on a bench within the boat, continuing to listen to the rain, feeling deeply relaxed as it falls, reading a book for a while. And then you have a slice of toast and dreamberry jam. You begin to feel deeply relaxed, so you lie down in bed, and to the sound of the pitter-patter of the rain, you drift and float so deeply, so peacefully asleep into the most pleasant dreams as you fall asleep into Slumberland. So tonight, as you drift asleep, you find yourself relaxing on the bank of a lake as the sun begins to set, enjoying the sound of the water lapping gently against the shore, before encountering a cat which sends you on a journey of discovery. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you fall asleep, you can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing calmly down through you. As I count down from 10 to 1, and with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax, and you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully, relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead, and with each out-breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing that jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax, with that relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of your neck, softening and calming those muscles around the sides of the neck, the front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, the shoulder blades, relaxing those muscles like a deep massage passing through your mind and body. Eight. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms, and I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm. But you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, the triceps, down into the forearms. 7. Moving all the way down to the wrists, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips. And perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms, with each out breath, the arms begin to feel heavier or lighter or some other sensation as relaxation sets in. Then you know that the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax, and while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream. Initially to brief reveries before settling on the first dream of the night. 6. And that healing light can spread down from the shoulders and down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles, gently calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. 5. The healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles as it goes, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body, releasing any tension, perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to feel more comfortable. 4. With that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. 3. That relaxation passing down towards the lower parts of your legs. Perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier as the body becomes deeply relaxed. and your focus drifts inside to what's going on for you in your mind. And perhaps you lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2. The relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing all the way down to the tips of your toes. 1. As the final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you, from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes, as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And as you relax into the story, you find yourself resting in a meadow beside a lake. And you can notice woodland in the distance. And as you rest by this lake, with that blue sky overhead, which is gradually changing colour as the sun begins to set, you can hear the sound of the gentle waves lapping softly on the shore and rustling among the reeds. Seeing the way that the setting sunlight glistens and dances across the lake, bringing a shimmering light to the surface of the water. The sounds of ducks quacking, the sounds of sploshing as ducks poke their head under the water, diving down under the water before resurfacing again. And when they resurface, you can notice the way that the water just rolls off the duck's back. It doesn't absorb into their feathers. It just seems to bead and roll off of those ducks. And you can watch as those ducks amble slowly through the water, creating their own ripples which spread gently out across the lake, gradually merging in with the calm waves traversing this lake. And noticing the changing colours of the sky as the sun creeps its way down to the horizon, and reds and oranges begin to take over the sky in one direction, and the blue sky becomes darker and darker in the other direction. And noticing the first signs of the moon creeping its way into view, and a couple of pinpricks of light probably planets due to their brightness, that are piercing through the blue sky. And the way the air is cooling down. As it gently wafts across the lake, carrying with it the deep scents of the meadow and the soft, distant sounds of wildlife. And there's a freshness to this air as it enters your nostrils. You breathe it into your lungs. That coolness, calming, that gentle breeze gently stroking your cheeks. And resting here by the lake, you can feel the grass beneath you. That tickle touch sensation of running a hand across the grass, feeling the fronds gently stroking the underside of your hand. And with the sun setting, you decide it's time to light a campfire and put up a tent. And a part of you just wants to be able to stay here, not doing anything, just enjoying the nature around you, the setting sun. But you know you need to light that fire and set up your tent. So you clear a space for the campfire, arrange the wood and kindling, you light the fire and blow into the fire to help that fire take hold. And you can instantly smell that scent of the burning wood and feel the warmth emanating from that fire and massaging your cheeks and your forehead. And with the campfire alight, softly crackling away, shadows dancing, the flames flickering. You set up your tent at an angle to the fire and the lake, and at the front of the tent it folds out like a small mat to sit on. And you sit on that small mat, the tent open behind you, a cozy sleeping bag, so inviting inside that tent, all laid out in the most comfortable way. A light hanging in the centre of the tent, currently turned off. And while you relax there by the fire, you take out a saucepan and some food. And over the fire you make yourself something to eat. You enjoy eating that food and having a drink, and listening to the last sounds of the songbirds going to bed. As the last rays of sunlight creep over the horizon out of sight. And you notice the deep coolness setting into the air, tempered by the warmth of the fire. And you know that just walking a little way from the fire, the air would be very cool. But here it's cozy and warm. And the shadows are now deeper and darker, as the shadows and light interplay and dance, and the tent almost glows in the warmth of the firelight. And gradually there's the gentle sound of crickets rising around you, giving a deep sense of night time setting in. And after eating and drinking, you turn yourself around, lying down on your stomach, your feet deep into the tent, resting comfortably, and begin reading a book, propping yourself up on your elbows as you lie there reading. And while you read, you can hear the crackling sound of the fire, notice the dancing light and shadows. And you're reading to the firelight. The sound of turning each page, the feeling of the paper of that book, the enjoyment of being absorbed in the story, while relaxing deeper to the background sounds of nighttime here, the occasional gentle splosh as a duck moves around in the water, occasionally quacking. The sounds of the crickets, the soft rustling of the reeds, the occasional breeze making the fire flicker faster before it settles down again as the air becomes still. Noticing how your breathing is slowing and relaxing. As you feel the environment so peacefully relaxing, deeper and deeper into the experience. And after a while, as the fire is burnt down to embers, You put a bit of water onto the fire. It sizzles as it cools. You head into the tent. Turn on the light. Seal up the tent for the night. Wrap yourself into the sleeping bag. Feeling the stillness here in the tent. The occasional gentle movement of the fabric of the tent as the wind blows a breeze. The calming nighttime sounds beyond the tent. You turn off the light with the tent, giving off the faintest glow from the moonlight. And as you rest here, tucked away in the tent, you can notice the coolness of the air as you breathe that in and out, while your body remains so cozy and warm, just the perfect, comfortable temperature for you within that sleeping bag. And it doesn't take long before your eyes naturally close, and you easily and effortlessly drift peacefully asleep. And while you sleep, you have the most beautiful dreams. Dreams which are doing deep inner healing, supporting your well-being. Some dreams you don't remember, that you just drift into those dreams. You explore alternative realities in those dreams and drift into deep recuperative sleep, where your body heals and repairs, and your mind prepares. And you have the most pleasant night's sleep. And the next morning, you slowly begin to wake up to the gradual lightening within the tent as the sun rises outside of the tent. That light making the tent glow so softly. Beginning to notice that gentle glow and lightening within the tent, even as your eyes are closed, and you enter that state of sleep, where you're half awake and half asleep, almost like drifting in daydreams or the most pleasant reveries, where you begin to become a little more aware of your surroundings. And yet, you're so comfortable, you're so relaxed. You just remain absorbed with your eyes closed on what's going on inside your mind. and you start to hear the sound of a cat meowing. And for a while you wonder whether that's inside your mind, somewhere in a dream, or outside your mind, just beyond the tent. And you begin to realize that meowing is coming from outside of your mind. And you fully drift to wakefulness. You stretch a little, unzip yourself from the sleeping bag, open the tent and breathe in some of that fresh morning air. Cleansed by the water of the lake. And as you open the tent, so you notice a tabby cat, looking so friendly, so kind, sitting before you. And around the cat's neck is a purple ribbon holding a silver key. And when the cat notices you noticing it, and the tent is now wide open, it stands and walks towards you, buffs its head gently against you, rubs its head, its side of its neck, rubs its body and extends its tail, circles round and repeats this a few more times. And then sits back down looking at you, seeming to almost make eye contact with you. And behaving in a way that makes you think it wants your attention. And so you stroke that cat. It flops on its side, you rub its belly. You wonder where this cat has come from. You make yourself some breakfast and have a drink. You pack everything away. You enjoy the early morning sounds of nature, sounds of songbirds, those ducks. And the cat looks at you expectantly and seems to be signalling that it wants you to follow. And so after you're fully packed away, you initially begin to walk the direction you planned on going. But the cat keeps moving around in front of you, blocking your path, nudging its head onto your legs, as if to encourage you to go a different direction. And so you decide to humour the cat, and you'll follow it for a while. You begin following that cat away from the lake, wandering through the meadow. And as you walk through the meadow, so you enjoy watching the bees dart from plant to plant, the butterflies landing on plants before launching back into the air, the sounds of songbirds, noticing the occasional soft, fluffy cloud pass through the sky. And you walk for quite some time following that cat, the cat managing to keep just a short distance before you, occasionally looking back at you to make sure you're still following. And sometime into the walking, you discover the ruins of an old church. And you stop, enjoy some lunch, sitting on the remains of an old stone wall. Imagining what this church once looked like. You hand a bit of the food to the cat, who graciously eats that food before continuing your journey through the meadow, eventually finding your way to a bridle way which passes through this landscape. You follow that bridle way, which is much easier to walk on than walking through the meadow. And the bridle way cuts past an orchard. And you continue on. Exploring areas you've never visited before. And as the evening sets in, you notice there's the light of a campfire in the distance. And you know that you'll need to stop at some point. And you don't really want to stop this distance from the campfire, not knowing who's at that fire. So you decide to wander to that campfire, meet whoever's there. And you can find somewhere to set up camp. After you've met this person. And so you arrive at that camp and meet a wanderer. And the cat purrs and rubs themselves against the wanderer, letting you know that this wanderer is safe and friendly, that they're a kind person. And the wanderer offers you some tea and food, and so you sit down and enjoy a meal with them. They explain to you the journey that they're on, and you listen with intrigue to their story. And they suggest, why don't you set up your tent here near theirs? as you set up your tent diagonally to theirs. The cat tucks itself down into the tent and falls asleep, while yourself and the wanderer chat by the campfire late into the night, sharing different tales, enjoying each other's stories. Before it gets so late, you begin to feel deeply tired. You say good night and settle down into your tent and drift so deeply, so peacefully asleep. And the next morning, you're awoken by the most beautiful scent of breakfast, the sounds of the food cooking. You open the tent. The wanderer offers you some breakfast and hands you a plate of that food and puts a little bit of the food down in a bowl for the cat. And you enjoy that food. And the cat seems to enjoy the food. And the wanderer tells you about the most incredible library in the nearby town, just half a day's walk away. And so when you pack away to continue the journey, you wonder whether you'll get an opportunity to check out that library, because you're just following the cat where it walks. You say goodbye to the wanderer. You continue along the path, and eventually it leads towards that town. As you head into that town, wandering through the town, finding that library. And it's a really old looking library with a rustic and weathered wooden door. And you open the door and head into the library to be met with the scent of old books and the sight of dust motes hanging in the beams of light from the windows. And greeted by a friendly bear with ink-stained paws who tells you that they're the guardian of knowledge. And they speak with a deep and comfortable, soft voice that seems to almost draw you in. And they show you around the library, showing you some of those ancient texts which are stored within the library. And you feel to yourself that you could just sit in here at a table and read for a lifetime. But the cat looks at you impatiently, and you know you need to continue your journey. So you make almost a mental note that you want to come back and visit here once you're done following the cat. You say goodbye to that bear. You wander through the town and continue following the path as it weaves around and starts to head towards the woodland. And as you wander towards that woodland, beginning to hear the rustling sound of the trees, you notice on the edge of the woodland the lights of a cozy cottage. And the cat seems excited and begins to speed up, heading towards that cottage. And you follow them all the way up to the cottage. You knock on the door, and there's no answer. You try the door handle, and the door doesn't open. You wander round and look through the windows, and it seems as if no one's home. And the cat rests its paws up against you, as if trying to communicate with you. And you realize they're trying to get you to take that key from their neck. So you reach down. You undo the ribbon and take that key. You try the key in the door, and the door opens, and you walk into that quiet, cozy cottage. And you light the lamps within the cottage, helping to give that cottage a cozy glow, the soft orange light dancing around the walls. As you begin to explore, and the stillness in this cottage feels palpable. And you notice a mirror on the back wall of the main living area. And you're surprised to see a sad-looking woman sitting on a seat in what looks like a reflection of the inside of the room you're in. And at the foot of the mirror is an old book, face down and open, as if it had been dropped. You pick up the book and notice that it's a book of spells, with the spell that it's open on being a mirror life spell. You see the instructions for reversing the spell, and decide to follow these instructions, and as you do, the mirror glows and sparkles and shimmers, and there's a faint hum in the room. The woman notices and heads over to the mirror inside the reflection, and manages to step through the mirror, through that shimmering, and into the cottage. And as she steps into the cottage, the cat dashes over to her and excitedly greets her, as she excitedly greets the cat in return, before acknowledging your presence. She explains to you that she felt that her life wasn't going anywhere. She questioned what she'd achieved in life. She visited the nearby town and visited the library, and in the library she found a book of spells. And she decided to do the mirror life spell, thinking that it would give her the opposite life, one where she'd achieved things and felt like she'd done something with her life. Instead, she got sucked into the mirror and trapped there. And while trapped, she had a lot of time to think, and she realized how much she actually has, and she began to miss her life and Wolfie, her cat. She was worried about Wolfie being left all alone in the cottage while she was stuck in the mirror cottage. She kept on trying to escape the mirror cottage, but all that existed in the mirror cottage was everything inanimate that was reflected in the mirror at the point she passed through. So when she opened the front door in the mirror cottage, there was nothing beyond the door. When she opened the windows, there was nothing beyond the windows. The only thing in this mirror cottage was exactly what was reflected in the mirror. And pleased to be back in her cottage, the woman lights the fire and asks if you're happy to stay for something to eat as a thank you. She feeds Wolfie, and Wolfie comes over and nudges against you as if to thank you for your help. She then prepares dinner, and you sit together eating in front of the fire. And after dinner, you continue chatting in front of the fire as Wolfie jumps up onto the woman's lap. And she pets Wolfie as Wolfie purrs and drifts peacefully asleep. She asks if you'd like to stay for the night. You say that you're happy to do this, and so she makes up the spare room. You settle down for the night in the most comfortable bed, drifting peacefully asleep. And the next day, Wolfie says goodbye, the woman says goodbye, and you're a long way off course with the direction that you're planning on going. But you are really only wandering. So you decide to just wander in a new direction from here. You head back down to the town. You visit that library for a while before heading through the town to a fork in the road where you decide to head the opposite direction to the one you came down as you approached that town before. And you glance back at the town and think back on that cabin and your experiences, pondering that as you walk, before bringing your attention back to your journey. As you continue on wandering, curious what other random encounters you might have, and what random journeys those encounters might lead you on. And much of this journey is just you quietly walking in nature, enjoying the peace and tranquility. And the sun sets on another day, and you notice rain creeping across the landscape in the distance. You set up your tent and settle down. as those first raindrops begin to tap on the outside of the tent, with that rain gradually becoming heavier and heavier. And with the rain becoming heavier, it reaches a point where it's so peaceful and comfortable that it's almost as if each raindrop hitting the tent is guiding you into relaxing deeper and deeper in the experience, helping you feel so relaxed your eyes just want to close, while your ears listen for a little longer to the rain, really savouring the experience before drifting so peacefully and comfortably asleep into Slumberland. So tonight, as you drift asleep, you find yourself relaxing in the golden haze of the setting sun, on a bench outside a quaint old windmill, before setting off on a magical journey of inner discovery. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you fall asleep, you can take a moment to allow yourself to get more comfortable and imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing calmly down through you. As I count down from 10 to 1, and with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax, and you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully, relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead. And with each out breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing the jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax, with that relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles, around the sides of the neck, the front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, the shoulder blades relaxing those muscles, like a deep massage passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms, and I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm. But you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, the triceps, down into the forearms. 7. Moving all the way down to the wrists, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips. And perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms with each out breath, the arms begin to feel heavier or lighter, or some other sensation as relaxation sets in. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax, and while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream, initially to brief reveries before settling on the first dream of the night. 6. And that healing light can spread down from the shoulders and down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles, gently calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. 5. The healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles as it goes, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body, releasing any tension, perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to feel more comfortable. 4. With that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. 3. That relaxation passing down towards the lower parts of your legs. Perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier as the body becomes deeply relaxed and your focus drifts inside to what's going on for you in your mind. And perhaps you lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2. The relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing, all the way down to the tips of your toes. 1. As a final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And as you rest and drift and dream, you find yourself sitting on a bench in the most calming, beautiful meadow at the foot of an old stone windmill. And there are some shrubs around the base of the windmill. The sound of the turning, creaking wooden sails above your head. The canvas on the sails, occasionally flapping slightly in the wind. And attached to the windmill is a small cottage. And it's the most beautiful spring evening. The sun is setting. And this windmill is along a dirt track that weaves its way over the undulating hills of this meadow. And while resting on this bench, hearing the stones grinding, the flour, those turning sails overhead, songbirds singing in trees, the sheep bleating peacefully as they eat in the meadows, and the distant sound of cows mooing through the landscape, and the even more distant sound of the church bells of a distant town. The sound of those bells carried on the breeze, in the same way that sometimes there are sounds you can't quite hear from your location, but when the weather is just right and the air pressure is just right, the sound carries, and you hear those sounds you don't ordinarily get to hear. As you rest here with the setting sun casting its golden light across the landscape, you can notice that there are sounds of robins, sounds of blackbirds and blue tits. There are sounds of crows settling down into the tops of the trees in their bulbous nests. That gentle rustling sound from the trees as the wind blows a breeze. The scent of the wildflowers wafting their way to your nostrils, dancing around your nose, almost bringing a deep sense of peace and comfort to your senses. The scent of roses from some of the bushes at the foot of the windmill, and you're sat out here on this bench. The air just the perfect temperature as you take in the environment while the windmill turns. And the flower is formed. And as time goes on, the flower fills sacks. So from time to time you head in. You move one sack, seal it up, place another sack ready to gather up more flour. The grain feeding through to the stones, powered by that windmill. And from within the cottage attached to this windmill wafts the scent of baking bread. As you take some of that flour and you bake loaves, and once a day, every morning, you place those loaves onto the back of a cart and you travel into that town you hear in the distance. You deliver the baked bread that was baked the night before. And then travel back to the windmill. And the windmill is wrapped in the most incredible stone and flint that seems to always feel so cool to the touch. The flint being so smooth under the fingers, and the coarseness of the grains between the flint. And you sit here and rest and drink a drink, enjoying the setting sun. You hear a small bell tring to let you know it's time to head into the cottage. Take the most recent batch of baked bread from that oven. You prepare that baked bread, ready for transporting it in the morning. And after the sun has set, you still have a few more hours of baking bread. And even in the evening after the sun has set, the air temperature is comfortable. You just have to put on an extra layer. The bird sounds have calmed down. You hear some of the other nighttime sounds of animals. Until you reach the end of your working day, the grinding coming to a halt, the baking finished. You make yourself some dinner, and after eating dinner and relaxing for a while, you head to bed and drift peacefully and comfortably asleep. And the next morning, you begin your journey down into that town. You load all the bread onto the cart, cover that bread over. You climb up onto the cart and travel with that horse along the dirt track till you eventually find a more substantial track that you follow all the way down to the town. The wheels jiggling, rolling, creaking, the sound of the wood, the clopping of the horse, the occasional breath and pant and neigh of the horse, feeling of the reins in your hands, the tension and relaxation as the horse knows its way and requires very minimal input from you. And you ride that horse down towards the town. And on your way towards the town, as you're passing through the wide meadows, under the early morning sun that's just beginning to peer its light over the horizon, where the actual disk of the sun is yet to make an appearance. You hear the sound of sparkling and see some sparkling light among some grass, a little way from the road you're on. You stop the horse, dismount from the cart. You head over towards that sparkling light among the grass, and you find a tablet. And the tablet is like a stone tablet with text on it. And you understand the writing on that tablet. And it suggests that there's a way of learning, a special healing meditation that requires a magical silver bell, and it gives the instructions on how to find that bell. And so you take the tablet, continue your journey to the town, and you arrive at the town as the church bells begin to sound for the first time in the morning, and the sun has just broken above the horizon, beginning its journey of climbing up into view. You head to the bakery. You drop off the bread at the bakery, and you share with the baker about the tablet, about how you plan on seeing if you can find this silver bell and learn this meditation. And you say that as the bakery tomorrow will only be open for half a day anyway, with it being a Sunday, hopefully the bread you've delivered will last through tomorrow. And you plan on having more bread for them come Monday morning. And you set off from the town on the horse and cart. You head back to the windmill. And after sorting everything out, feeding the horse, you gather up a bag of items and set off on foot, finding your way to the location described on that tablet. And you walk across those hills through the meadow. Walking off of the path, smelling those wildflowers, watching bees and butterflies and other animals and insects. Moving from plant to plant, hearing the songbirds, watching as different birds fly past in the sky. Some birds shooting past fast and settling down in trees and bushes. Other birds leaping up into the air en masse, flying around in the most graceful patterns before diving in formation into trees and hedges. You find your way through the meadow, down to walk along the edge of a comfortable, relaxed, flowing river. The air smelling so peaceful here, as if that flowing water is purifying, cleaning the air. You follow that river as it bubbles along beside you, working your way round and into the woodland, continuing to follow the river as it passes through the woodland, birdsong echoing among the trees, the sight of a deer a little way off, with its head down into the water, having a quick drink, before moving away from the water to vanish back into the woodland. Enjoying how peaceful this walk is. And you continue walking. The dappled light dancing before you as it creeps its way through the canopy overhead. Finding your way out of the woodland, continuing to follow this river until you come to a lake shore. And now, late afternoon, you gaze across from the lake shore to the island in the middle of the lake. You head back and forth among the trees and the lake shore, gathering up some wood and making yourself a small raft. and the first signs of the sky beginning to darken as the sun quickly begins to move towards the horizon. You feel there's just enough time to make it across to that island before darkness sets in. You climb onto the raft and push off from the side. You leave the lapping water behind as you row towards the island. And as you row towards the island, so the bird sounds in the distance quieten down. And on arriving at the island, the sun now well on its way to setting, you dismount from the raft, pull the raft up onto the shore. You begin to explore this small island, and you've never visited this island before. You visited the lake shore. You've sat and enjoyed picnics on the lake shore, but you've never crossed from the shore to the island. And you find on this island the most magical walled garden. You can't see over the wall. There's a gate into that garden, and you pass through the gate. And in the heart of the garden you can see a small cottage. And in that garden is a gardener, and you call out very friendly to that gardener, who looks up and smiles. And this gardener is more than welcoming and kind. They share about this garden, how it came about, that they live in the cottage here and tend to the garden all year round, making sure that it's exactly as it's supposed to be. And they make you a warm drink, and you sit down with them in the garden. The sun setting, the sky gradually turning a dark blue as stars begin popping into existence overhead. You explain about that tablet and show the tablet. And the gardener invites you to follow them into the heart of the garden. And in the heart of this garden is a tree stump. And with the sun now fully set, and the area around you just illuminated by a handheld torch the gardener's holding, you see some sparkling in the garden near that stump. The gardener crouches down and you copy them. That sparkling gets closer and closer. And a fairy flies over to you. You can hear their wings almost buzzing as they move so fast. And this friendly fairy is told by the gardener about why you're here. And the fairy waves her magic wand over your head, and sparkles of light sprinkle down from that wand, spreading out and wrapping around you as you shrink down in size to being the same size as the fairy, and the fairy flies down to be walking alongside you. She takes hold of your hand, guides you among the towering plants and through the tall grass to that stump, and then into the stump. And initially, on passing into the stump, everything gets darker and darker, with the only glow being the sparkling the fairy gives off. But then, while continuing to walk, everything starts to get lighter and lighter, and you find you come out into a fairy world, and it's night time here like it is where you just came from. And you can see sticks with flames lining streets, houses built within mushrooms, fairy lights hanging, and the fronds beneath the mushrooms. The occasional sparkling dust wafting around this space, weaving among trees, weaving among plants. You gaze up and notice it's night time, but the sky looks different overhead. When you follow the fairy, as she guides you through this landscape, and she takes you to the heart of this landscape, where there's a giant mushroom. Together you walk into that giant mushroom. You descend a staircase in the heart of this giant mushroom, going down 10, 9, 8, 7, deeper and deeper under the mushroom, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and deep in the heart of the mushroom. Deep down among the mycelial network, you come out into a chamber, and in the heart of this chamber are silver bells hanging on string which is weaved across the ceiling in this space. The silver bells hanging on the mycelial network, like string weaved across the ceiling of this space. She unhooks one of those silver bells, hands the bell to you and tells you, if you sit still and tring the bell just once with a hand, holding it between your thumb and forefinger, and while still holding it, focus your ears on that sound of the bell as it rings and reverberates until the reverberations fade and disappear. And then ring the bell a second time, doing the same again. And then a third time doing the same again, each time keeping your focus on the sound of that bell. Then that focus will help to focus you, your inner frequencies. And with each ring of the bell, just keep breathing in and out, allowing the out-breaths to lengthen and deepen. Allowing the shoulders to relax, the arms to relax, the muscles through the body to relax, while your mind gets absorbed just around the sound of the bell. And begin in your mind to see the sound of that bell as light, as a sparkling, twinkling light, and the way that sound spreads out further and wider, the way the sparkling spreads out further and wider. And have a sense of that sparkling passing down through you, synchronizing within you as you drift deeper into the experience. And so, with her guidance, you practice this here under this mushroom in the heart of this space. And you feel your cheeks warming as you relax deeper and deeper. And once you've mastered the technique, the fairy guides you out of the meditation, tells you to take the bell with you. A new one will grow in its place when the time is right. And she guides you back out of the mushroom, through the fairy world, back out into that garden. And back in the garden she waves her wand over your head once more, as you grow back to full size, and the bell grows to be the same proportions in relation to you. And the gardener smiles and asks if you found what you sought. And you acknowledge that you did. They invite you to spend the night. They prepare the most beautiful food. You sit and have the most interesting conversation. You can't help but be drawn to their library of old books. And so in quiet moments between the conversations, you ask if you can take a look through the books. You look through those books, smelling the old book smell, before being shown to a room with the most comfortable bed, settling down for the night and drifting peacefully asleep. And the next morning you awaken to the first rays of sun creeping in the window, and the sweetest scent of breakfast. You enjoy that breakfast before making your journey back home, setting off from the island, back to that bank of the lake. Making your journey back, following that river, back round to the woodland, through the woodland, back to the meadows, over the undulating hills of the meadows, until you can see, peering over the hills in the distance, the tip of your windmill, finding your way back to the windmill. On arrival back at the windmill, you settle back home for a bit, have yourself something to eat and a brief rest, before continuing to make that flour, bake that bread, doing that well into the night, and then trying out that meditation, ringing that bell, focusing on the ringing until it fades, ringing the bell again, and repeating that process of breathing in and out, those out-breaths lengthening and deepening, the relaxation spreading through the mind and body, and noticing that healing setting in as your mind and body synchronizes, and the frequencies through your mind and body seem to form an equilibrium and sing in harmony. And you notice at the peak of the meditation, everything seems so much more vivid, and you seem to be a part of everything around you, like there's a greater connection with all things. As if somehow the world feels richer, as if you can smell the differences between the smell of the baking bread, the nuances to that smell, each individual part that makes up the smell, while still enjoying the smell itself, and the same with the sounds and the sights. And then heading to bed, knowing in the morning you'll awaken, make your journey into town like every day, but for now just finding yourself with a deep sense of calm and relaxation. And this new meditation that you know you can do better each time you engage with it. And while going over the experience in your mind, you find yourself so easily, so effortlessly, drifting and floating peacefully asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, you can just take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing calmly down through you as I count down from 10 to 1. And with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax, and you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep. From 10, that healing light relaxing the muscles around the top of your head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, your forehead. And with each out breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. Nine, that relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing the jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax. With that relaxation moving carefully, slowly, as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles. Around the side of the neck, the front of the neck, down from the head. Gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, shoulder blades, relaxing those muscles like a deep massage, passing through your body and your mind. Eight, as that relaxation begins to move down those arms. And I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest. Whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm. But you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, the triceps, down into the forearms. Seven, moving all the way down to the wrist, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips. And perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms, with each out-breath that you take, the arms begin to feel heavier or lighter, or some other sensation as the relaxation sets in. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax, and while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream. Initially to brief reveries before settling on the first dream of the night. 6. And that healing light can spread down from the shoulders, down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles so gently, calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. 5. The healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles as it goes, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body, releasing any tension, perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to feel more comfortable. 4. With that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. 3. That relaxation passing down towards the lower parts of your legs. Perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier as the body becomes deeply relaxed, and your focus drifts inside to what's going on for you in your mind. And maybe you lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2. The relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing all the way down to the tips of your toes. 1. As a final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes, as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And you find yourself walking through a meadow on a cliff, heading towards a tall lighthouse before you. The meadow, a myriad of different scents, the scent of different wild flowers wafting in the breeze, the hint of salty sea air travelling from the ocean below up the side of the cliff and resting itself down across the meadow. The setting sun casting a golden light across the surface of the meadow, sharpening the shadows of the trees as they stretch off into the distance. A slight cool tinge to the air as the sun sets. And some areas of the sky being alight, while others are turning darker. And in one direction, you see shades of blues. The other direction, shades of oranges and reds and pinks. Hearing the sound of the crashing waves at the foot of the cliffs, almost playing out a tune as they rumble into the shore, curl up onto the shore, and pound the cliff in a rhythmic row of beats. And then the soft, pull back of the water. Before the sound calms down, ready for the next wave to roll in. The light of the sun dancing across the surface of the ocean. White horses galloping to the shore along the fronts of the waves. A cool breeze tickling at your cheeks. The bird songs beginning to change as daytime birds find their way home. And new sounds begin to evolve around you. As you walk towards the lighthouse, each footstep like a weight gently thudding on the soil beneath your feet. And a brushing sound as your feet pass through the grass. And you continue walking towards the lighthouse just as the sun continues to set. Arriving at the foot of the lighthouse, walking around the outside of that lighthouse, running your fingertips around the stonework, feeling that stone beneath the fingers. A slight cool dampness to the stone. Some moss growing in cracks within the stonework. Plants hugging the bottom of the lighthouse. Small windows that are slightly too high up for you to be able to see inside. You ascend the steps. You knock on the wooden door, hearing that knock echo within the lighthouse, almost reverberating up and down inside that lighthouse. And with no answer, you carefully open the door, announcing your presence. You find that no one is in the lighthouse. You close the door behind you. And within the lighthouse, as you look around, you can see curved bookcases lined with old books, the scent of which wafts over to your nostrils as the air is disturbed by the open door. And as you close the door, the sounds outside quieten down, almost sounding muted, yet you're still aware that they're there. And along one curved wall is a kitchen area. You can see a sink at a window, some cupboards under the sink. some kitchen items upon the work surfaces. In the centre of the room is a round dining table with a couple of wooden chairs around that table. Almost opposite the kitchen is a sofa, and the sofa looks uncomfortable in its position, with its flat back, and it's moved away from the wall to try to reduce the contrast between the curved wall and the straight sofa. And across the other side of the space from the kitchen area is a comfortable reading nook with a sofa and a couple of seats, and a small fire and small chimney leading up to a small hole on the outside of the lighthouse. And the fire is still crackling away, and you walk over to the dining room table, and on the table is a cup with a half-drunk drink and a letter, handwritten, just saying, "I've gone out, I'll be back in 5 minutes." And you walk over and begin to look at what books are on the bookshelves, taking the occasional book off the shelves, reading the book, perusing a few pages before placing it back. You make yourself a drink. Sit down in the comfortable reading area near the fire, feeling the warmth of the fire as you relax back into a chair, holding your drink. You can hear the faint sounds of the waves of the ocean outside. And between the rolling waves, this space becomes comfortably quiet. And you know that while you're here, there's nothing at all you need to do other than wait and relax. And you've so far only been exploring this ground floor space of the lighthouse. And after a short time, you hear the latch go on the door. Door opens with a gust of wind, and a man steps into the lighthouse, the friendliest looking man, the kindest eyes and a warm smile. He introduces himself as Jack. He's the lighthouse keeper who tends to the lantern, makes sure that it's always shining, And Jack goes to offer you a drink and then notices you've already had one and sits down at the table, finishing his drink. He welcomes you to his lighthouse. And he begins to explain why he's asked you to come here. He explains that as the night time sets in, lately, there's been unusual occurrences. He says it's very difficult to explain, but you'll find out a bit later. And he offers to make some dinner, and so he makes that dinner. And while he's preparing the food, so you sit at the dining room table talking with him in the kitchen area. And while the dinner's cooking, and it's just a case of waiting, he says he'll show you to the room you'll be staying in. And together you ascend the spiral staircase, which wraps around the inside wall of this lighthouse. He takes you up to the next room. He shows you this level, and the room that's on this level takes you up a level higher and a level after that, to a small room that's separate, whereas all the other rooms have each floor largely open plan. This room is separate, with the steps wrapping around the room, up to the top, where it comes out into a dome where the lantern for the lighthouse is situated. And there's a small building on the ground level that's attached to the side of the lighthouse. And through that building is a bathroom and some storage. And so you're shown through to the room you'll be staying in. He opens the latch, pushes the door open with a creak, gestures for you to head in. So you head in, you place your bag down on the bed, noticing the way the bed absorbs the bag as you place it down. Seeing the small window in the room, looking out of the window over the ocean. The smell of the food wafting all the way up here. Jack says that he's going to head back down, finish making the food. Make yourself settled, then you can come down for dinner. And so you settle yourself into this room, making this room your own, even though you'll only be here for a short time. The smell of dinner increasing with each passing moment. And so almost as if you're following your nose, you descend those steps again, yet all the way back down to the ground floor, where Jack has plated up the dinner. It's dark now outside the lighthouse. Both enjoy good conversation and good food. And after eating, Jack washes up as you sit by the fire enjoying a drink. And occasional conversation back and forth with Jack about this place, about the books. You both avoid having a conversation about this curious thing that you've been called here for. And after washing up, Jack sits with you in a seat opposite. And you ask him about being a lighthouse keeper, what it's like. He shares his experience of what it's like to run a lighthouse, to largely be here alone, to be at the front line of harsh weather and storms. He explains how the top of the lighthouse, although looking solid and sturdy, actually sways ever so slightly with strong wind, and that this is by design. And yet it can feel a little unnerving at first, because you don't expect a building to be moving in the wind. And Jack explains that it's that slight movement that gives this lighthouse the strength to manage even the most challenging weather. And after a while of talking, Jack looks at his watch and says it's time to get up to the top, to the lantern. And you follow Jack up the stairs, all the way up to the lantern. And in this glass dome you watch as a mirror moves around a giant light, directing a beam out, sweeping across the ocean. And the casing for the light is only open at the front, so the light doesn't shine as it swoops all the way to the back. And so Jack and yourself can stand behind the light. Without that light turning and facing you, and while standing and watching quietly, barely able to hear the ocean from up here, seeing some dots of light on the horizon, which Jack explains are ships, keeping themselves away from this shore. You have moments of talking and moments of silence, and in one of the moments of silence, Jack suddenly bursts out with instructions for you to look in a certain direction. And you look off in that direction, and you see what looks like sparkling, fluorescent green lights bubbling beneath the surface of the ocean. moving and weaving and seeming organic. Almost intelligent. And the lights get brighter and brighter. They reach the surface of the water, and in the darkness you see those lights rising from the surface in a formation and beginning to silently move across the surface of the ocean. And it's hard to tell as you watch exactly what you're watching. Because all you can see is darkness and those lights, and the points of light on the horizon. And Jack explains that for the last few weeks, he comes up here, he observes like always, checking that the light is still working, looking out at what's in the ocean, seeing that all the boats are keeping a safe distance from the shore. But the last few weeks, he's seen the same thing. Those lights rising from the water, travelling around on the water. They do so for a while, before seeming to sink back down into the water again, and then fading away. And you watch all the way through to those lights, heading back the way they came, and seeming to fade away, as if they've descended beneath the surface of the ocean once more. And you're really curious what it is you've just witnessed. You try to let your eyes adapt to the dark, but the light here is so bright that even though you're keeping out of line of the beam, your eyes never fully adjust to the dark well enough to be able to make anything out. So you don't really fully know what you've seen. Jack explains that normally it happens just once, and then doesn't seem to happen again for the rest of the night. And you find this incredibly curious. And Jack and yourself descend the steps. It's beginning to get late, so you head to bed. You say that you'll definitely investigate this in the morning. You settle down in bed, finding it to be so comfortable and deeply relaxing as you drift peacefully asleep. And the next morning you awake to the smell of breakfast wafting its way up through the lighthouse. You get ready and dressed, and prepared for the day. You descend those steps. You sit and enjoy breakfast with Jack. After breakfast, you explain you'll be going out, seeing if you can learn more about those lights. You find your way down, out of the lighthouse, into the meadow, along the top of the cliff, until you reach a path that weaves and descends down the side of the cliff. You follow that all the way to the stones at the foot of the cliff. The sound of the ocean, almost thunderous, even though it's not particularly rough, as it rolls up onto the stone, claws them back and drags them into the water. You head to a rowboat a little way on down the shore. You drag that small rowboat towards the sea. It's sliding across those stones, then becoming weightless as it gets into the water. But initially being in the surf, where 1 minute it's floating, next minute the waves pull back and it's on the ground again. But each time it floats, you drag it a little further into the water rising up your legs, feeling that coolness of the water. Then you climb into the rowboat, with the oars pushing off from the shore as a wave pulls back, helping to tug you better out into the sea. You paddle beyond the line where waves roll over and break. You look up towards the lighthouse and begin to try to get your bearings. Try to work out exactly where you saw those lights. You paddle out to that location, keeping your eye up on the lighthouse, getting an idea of exactly where you need to be. Your rowboat now just bobbing gently up and down in the water. The sun burning off the last of the morning mist that was hanging across the surface of the water as late morning approaches, and the blue sky overhead, the warmth of the sun on your face. And from where you are, you look down into the water, and you can't see all the way down to the bottom. And you're not too far from the shore. You attach a rope to the front of the boat. You take your overclothes off to reveal a wetsuit. You take a snorkel and mask out of your bag and seal your bag back up. You place some flippers on your feet. Attach that rope to you. You then drop into the water and swim down underwater. You drop into the water. You take a few deep breaths. Place the mask over your eyes. and nose. Bend your head down under the water, push your legs up, and dive down, and holding your arms alongside your body. You wave your legs up and down, keeping your feet together, propelling yourself down deeper underwater. And in the gloom, you begin to notice a faint glowing, and you continue diving deeper and deeper, keeping yourself so calm, using so little effort, just the subtle movement of your legs, amplifying that movement through the fins, propelling you down deeper and deeper. And as you reach the bottom, so you notice something unusual. The bottom is covered in stones and silt and rock formations. All the sorts of things that a ship could get caught on. And you notice that among one of the rock formations appears to be a glowing tunnel, and it's glowing with the same kind of fluorescent green that you'd seen the night before. And still feeling relaxed and swimming perfectly comfortably, you swim towards that glowing green and notice something unusual about it. As you reach it, you reach out, and your hand goes through that glowing green at the front of that cave, and suddenly feels heavy. And you notice that it's almost like there's a force field that's holding back the water. And so you swim yourself towards that and flop down onto the ground as you swim out of the water and into the tunnel. As you land on the ground, you breathe in the air, noticing it's breathable, and there's a glowing green within this space. And you tie the rope within this cave to a jutting out bit of rock. You take the flippers off and place them down next to the rope. You begin to walk within this glowing green cave. You follow it around deeper and deeper. Aware of the silence setting in within the cave. And then you begin to hear some faint noise. And the other side of this cave seems to be what looks like another force field. Only this one seems different. You walk up to this force field and it looks like the other one, like held back by this force field is water. But when you look through the water, it looks like an entire city of swimming beings. All those beings having streaks of green light pulsing down tails from their backs all the way down the tail and to the tips of the tail, each one with slightly different patterns. You realise these all look like merpeople. You take a few deep breaths, lean forward towards the force field in front of you, pushing yourself into the water, and this water feels so still and warm, so comfortable. You find yourself swimming around within an underwater city. And one of the merpeople happens to see you, and they swim over towards you, and you swim back towards the hole. You get back into the cave. The merperson follows you. You back away from the force field to give room for them to come into the cave too. And as they pass through the force field, their tail dissolves into legs, and they're stood there before you. And it's almost like, without saying anything, you can understand and hear what they're thinking. And they begin to ask who you are, where you're from, and you explain about being from the lighthouse, exploring a mystery of lights in the ocean here. And they explain who they are, that they're a merperson. There's an entire civilization of merpeople on a different location to here. And they're a very advanced civilization. They have these portals which allow them to travel to different locations, almost like holiday destinations. And they're able to swim, but when they dry off, their legs form. And it's an adaptation that allows them to be able to be in water or on land. But they can only be out of water for a limited period of time before they need to be back in water again. And so they create these portals. And they create them through these caves where they can walk over to the portal that comes out in their destination they want to visit. And now you know what was making that light. It was just these merpeople visiting. And you're curious to learn more about the merpeople, their culture, where they're really from, whether there's a way of exploring their city further, how large their world is that they come from, where their world is really located. They say some of those questions they won't answer, but they allow you to come back and visit. but you'll need to come with better equipment if you're to spend a good length of time in their world. And so, you say your goodbyes. You head back the way you came, placing on your flippers, unhooking the rope, attaching the rope back to yourself, and swimming back up to the boat following the rope, climbing up the back of the rowboat and into the rowboat, and rowing back to the shore. And it hasn't been that long that you've been away. You pull the boat back out onto the shore, placing it back where you found it, heading back to the lighthouse and explaining what you discovered, and explaining that you plan on revisiting, but taking some scuba gear, but that you're going to keep it quiet, because although you'll revisit, you don't think it would be helpful or wise to make this fully public. You explain about how the mer people can exist in water and on land, about their tail turning to legs, and with the plan that you're going to revisit those mer people. And this time take some scuba gear with you. You head up to bed at the end of the night. You sit there for a while drawing up your plan, exploring what scuba gear you'll need, what you'd like to learn, how long you'll have to explore. You know you won't be able to explore too long, but you're curious what you'll learn in that period of time, and whether there'll be any way of maybe setting up a portal or some kind of system where you can explore in an easier way, like maybe being able to explore using fresh air, explore in an easier way. And after developing your plan, knowing you'll be here for a few more days, but even after you've gone, you hope to come back and visit again, or maybe learn about other locations where you can access the mer people's world from. And you place the plans you've been writing down beside you. You relax down into this most comfortable of beds, the faintest sound of the ocean outside, and you drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably relaxed asleep into Slumberland. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably fall asleep, you can just take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and Imagine a healing light softly, slowly and gently passing down from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, relaxing gently down through you as I count from 10 to 1. And with each count, your mind can quieten and calm as the muscles soften and relax. And you can begin the process of drifting peacefully asleep from 10. That healing light, relaxing the muscles around the top of the head, around the back of your head, gently, carefully relaxing the muscles around the side of your head, around your temple, around your forehead. And with each out breath, that relaxation can deepen so peacefully, so comfortably, as it flows down around the eyes and around the ears. 9. That relaxation moving down around the jaw, relaxing the jaw, allowing the tongue to relax, the lips to relax, the nostrils to gently relax. With that relaxation moving carefully and slowly as that healing light passes down the back of the neck, softening and calming those muscles, around the sides of the neck, the front of the neck, down from the head, gradually moving that calming, healing light out across the shoulders, the shoulder blades, relaxing those muscles like a deep and comfortable massage passing through your mind and body. 8. As that relaxation begins to move down those arms, and I don't know which arm the relaxation will move down fastest, whether it'll be the right arm or the left arm, but you can be aware of that healing light spreading gently down those arms, around the biceps, the triceps, down into the forearms, moving all the way down to the wrists, the palms of the hands, down to the fingertips, and perhaps as that relaxation continues through those arms, with each out breath, the arms begin to feel heavier or lighter, or some other sensation as relaxation sets in. 7. And you know the process for sleep is that the body begins to relax. And while the body becomes physically relaxed, so the mind begins to drift and dream. Initially to brief reveries before settling on the first dream of the night. 6. And that healing light can spread down from the shoulders and down around the chest, the upper back, softening and relaxing those muscles gently, calming the breathing, helping you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. Five. The healing light moving down towards the stomach, the lower back, the sides, relaxing those muscles as it goes, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm to your upper body, releasing any tension. Perhaps occasionally finding yourself shifting just a little to get a bit more comfortable. 4. With that relaxation spreading down around your buttocks, down into the upper parts of your legs. 3. Passing that relaxation down towards the lower parts of your legs, perhaps those legs feeling heavier and heavier. Maybe as the body becomes deeply relaxed and your focus drifts inside, more on what's going on for you in your mind. You lose some awareness of the body as it becomes incredibly still. 2. With that relaxation spreading down to your feet, calming, softly relaxing, all the way down to the tips of your toes. 1. As a final wave of relaxation pulses gently through you from the top of your head, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes, as your mind begins to drift and dream and wander into tonight's sleep story. And you find yourself at Faraway Cottage, the most beautiful cottage in this landscape. An old thatched roof with shaped birds perched on top. Stone walls, slightly arched windows, and a garden that attracts so much wildlife and gives off the most beautiful scent of flowers. And you're resting within Faraway Cottage. You're sitting in front of the crackling log fire, enjoying a good book, while resting in the most comfortable and cozy armchair. And on the floor is the softest of rugs. And in the heart of the rug is a sleeping kitten called Ginger, snuggled down into the fibres of the rug, breathing in and out. Occasionally Ginger's paws twitching as Ginger dreams and shadows dancing on the walls as that firelight flickers in the fireplace. The warmth of the fire casting the cottage in the most cosy orange glow. Bringing a deep sense of peace and comfort to your mind and body. And you sit in that armchair, reading that book, feeling a deep sense of peace and relaxation, feeling like this moment is almost timeless. And the living space is all one space within this cottage. It's an open plan kitchen, dining room and living space. At one side is that fire, directing its smoke up a broad chimney. And above the fireplace is the most beautiful picture. And ornaments adorn the shelf above the fire. And rustic bookcases line the walls. And rugs are dotted across the wooden floor. And at the far side of the room is a kitchen space with wooden work surfaces, an island where you occasionally bake and use that space for your baking. And around the sides is a sink in front of the window, gazing out across the garden. An Aga giving off the most comfortable warmth. And the Aga and the fire together warm the room. There are old pots and pans hanging on hooks. And china plates decorated with the most beautiful, ornate patterns, resting in a rack in front of the front door. There's a draft excluder, and over the windows the most beautiful curtains. And this space is so cozy and comforting. You get to just sit and read, listening to the quiet. Here in the faraway cottage. And you read all the way through to bedtime. You close the book and place it down beside the chair. The fire burns down to the faintest of glows. The room still warm and comfortable. Ginger awakes and scrambles up onto your lap. You carry Ginger to your bedroom. And in the bedroom, is a thick and soft mattress. Blankets draped across the bed. Soft pillows propped at the back of the bed. A couple of cuddly toys resting in the bed. You sort the bed out, climb into the bed, having a low light on, just a little lamp beside your side of the bed. Ginger crawling over to the other side of the bed, resting down, looking at you in a way that makes you know they want you to just gently stroke them. And so you gently stroke them as they drift back asleep, purring beside you, while you read a little bit more book in bed under this dim and cozy light. Before feeling tired, placing a bookmark into the book, closing the book, placing that down beside you on the bedside table, turning off the light so there's just the faintest moonlight penetrating through the curtains into the room, not really noticeable until your eyes begin to adapt to the dark. In the moments before you close them, and easily and effortlessly drift so comfortably asleep. And as you rest and drift and dream, your mind and body heals. You feel a deep sense of physical relaxation passing through you as your awareness drifts deeper and deeper into the most pleasant dream. And the next morning, you awaken to the gentle sound of birds outside, the faint glow of daylight shining through the curtains, feeling fully awake from the most perfect night's sleep. You head through to the kitchen. You make yourself some breakfast. You head out into your garden, sitting on a metal chair with a soft cushion on the chair. At a metal table, enjoying the breakfast and a drink, breathing in the fresh country air. There's a slight coolness to the air as the sun is just beginning to warm the earth. And you can smell that freshness of the air as you listen to morning songbirds singing to each other throughout the garden. You see a butterfly resting on a plant in a beam of sunlight, wrapped between shadows, its wings spread, absorbing the warmth of that light. You see bees already working their way from plant to plant, starting their work early in the morning. You hear the sound of the pond at the end of the garden and the waterfall that gently trickles into that pond, creating rhythmic soft ripples which dance across the surface of the water. You see a dragonfly flit into the garden, dart over to the pond, and seem to hover for a time above the water before darting off again. And the sky is the most beautiful morning blue, with just the faintest wisp of some clouds. Painted sparingly across the scene. And after enjoying your breakfast, you head back into the cottage. You wash up your plate and cup and cutlery. You place them on the draining board to dry. You place some cat food into a bowl for Ginger. You pet them as they come over before they go and eat. You keep an eye on them as they go over, nuzzling their nose into the food. You smile ever so slightly before turning and walking through to the living room. And in a heavy drawer, in a cabinet below the bookshelves, you open the drawer. You take out a roll of thick wool and 2 knitting needles poked through that roll of wool. You close that drawer behind you and head back outside. The sun continuing to gently rise up into the sky. You sit on a swinging bench overlooking the garden. The sun shining down onto you and the bench and onto the garden, bringing a deep sense of warmth and comfort. You place that roll of wool beside you. With the knitting needles, you begin to knit. The sound of those needles tapping against each other, the movement of your fingers moving the needles, weaving your fingers out and back as you move the wool around those needles as you knit. And you knit at a comfortable pace for you, feeling that wool as it passes through the palm of your hand, almost tickling while passing past your fingers. Noticing out the corner of your eye the wool moving slightly as more of that wool is pulled towards what you're knitting. And you knit at a very comfortable pace. You don't try to knit fast, and you're not knitting slow. You're knitting so that the whole experience feels and sounds relaxing, falling into the most comfortable rhythm. And you're actually knitting a small item of clothing for Ginger. Something that'll keep them warm on cold evenings when they want to head outside and sit resting outside on the swing chair. Or at the table. And you continue knitting that. And while you continue knitting, so the sun continues passing across the sky, rising higher in the sky as lunchtime approaches. And you stop at lunchtime. You head back into the cottage, to the kitchen. You grab a plate, some cutlery. You grab some items from the fridge and from the cupboards. You make yourself some food. You prepare that food. Place it on the plate. You check on Ginger again. Before heading back outside, enjoying your lunch under the warmth of the sunlight, relaxing in this cozy garden out the back of your cottage. Sounds of leaves rustling as the wind gently blows a breeze. Songbirds singing. A blackbird landing on the lawn, hopping around and pecking at the grass, before launching back up to a tree. A robin out on a limb, singing so beautifully, its red breast vibrating and fluttering with each note. And after eating, you continue to knit. And later than expected, the post is delivered to a mailbox at your gate. You wander down to the front of your property to grab the mail from the mailbox. And among the mail is a postcard. And you look at the picture on the postcard. It's a picture of the most beautiful beach scene, the setting sun, a palm tree stretching into the image, fluffy white sand reaching down to the seashore, azure blue wrapped around that shore, delicate waves rolling in onto the shore. You turn the postcard over. You see the stamp on the back, the markings across the stamp, your address, and the handwriting from a friend addressed to you. And you begin to read that postcard as you walk back to the bench, sitting back down on that swinging seat, rocking so gently as you read the postcard. And it's only a couple of paragraphs long of text, maybe no more than 300 words. And yet it's surprising how much your friend has been able to squeeze into that text about what they've been doing, about where they are, asking how you've been, saying it'll be great to catch up when they're back. You turn the postcard back over again looking at the image, imagining what it would be like to be visiting that beach, resting on a deck chair on that white, fluffy sand, feeling the warmth of the sun as it beats down on you, smelling the salty air of the sea, the broad rustling of the leaves overhead from the trees, the gentle sway of those trees. The sound of the ocean softly lapping onto the shore, pulling a little bit of sand into the water as it goes. The clear sea, the clarity of the water, perhaps struggling to define where the sky ends and the ocean begins, as at the horizon, the colour of the ocean and the sky almost blend together. Maybe walking down to the seashore barefoot through the warm sand, feeling that tickle touch of the sand underfoot, and the coolness when your feet pass beneath the surface of the sand, the way the sand firms up as you approach the water's edge, the warmth of that tropical water, and standing a little way into the water, perhaps just above your ankles, and watching small fish swimming around your ankles. And feeling that sensation of the water tension around your legs as waves pass by. The water rises and lowers around you. And what a sunset here would be like. And how sunsets can bring a sense of peace and silence and stillness to the air. And then nighttime setting in on a beach where there's no light. And so the environment becomes incredibly dark. But overhead, the stars look like a dusting of flour splattered across the sky. With a cloud of dust stretched across the middle. The occasional shooting star fizzing past overhead. The moon seeming so large when it's near the horizon. Its light stretched across the surface of the ocean, from the distance all the way to the shore. Like a streak of silvery light, sparkling across the blackness of the sea. and you place that postcard down beside you. Ginger jumps up and sits beside you, and you continue knitting. As the sun continues to mark out its afternoon trajectory, and you relax deeper and deeper into the experience of that knitting, becoming so absorbed that it's almost like time stands still. And as the sun marks out the end of the day, you head back into the cottage. You place your almost finished knitting, the needles and the wool back in the drawer. You place the postcard under a magnet on the fridge. You make yourself some tea and sit back down in the living area, eating the tea. And after eating that tea, you light the fire, place some logs on the fire. Ginger settles down in front of the fire. You read some more of your book. Enjoying how slow and comfortable life is. How relaxed you feel. And as another night sets in, so you head to bed. You relax down in bed. Thinking back over your day. Pondering tomorrow. Before drifting and floating, so peacefully, so relaxed asleep into Slumberland.